In our previous investigation, we uncovered 6 predictions attributed to Nostradamus that seem to echo events already unfolding across 2026: shifting empires, intelligence without a soul, economic uncertainty, the growing fury of nature, unexplained lights in the sky, and a crisis of trust spreading through modern society. But hidden beneath those 6 warnings was another pattern, one that most readers never noticed. The 7th prediction was not about another war, another ruler, or another disaster. It described the moment when all 6 forces would begin to converge, feeding one another until the world could no longer treat them as separate events. And according to one unsettling interpretation, that convergence may have already begun. For nearly 5 centuries, the name Nostradamus has existed in the uncertain space between history and legend. To some, he was a physician and astrologer attempting to understand a violent and unpredictable age. To others, he was a visionary who concealed glimpses of the future inside cryptic verses that could survive long after his own lifetime. His words have been connected to revolutions, wars, the rise and fall of rulers, natural disasters, technological change, and moments of collective fear. Yet the more closely his writings are examined, the more difficult they become to define. They are neither straightforward historical records, nor clear calendars of events waiting to unfold. They are fragments, images without fixed dates, names distorted through old languages, cities described by ancient geography, and symbols that can appear to change meaning depending on the century in which they are read. That ambiguity is precisely why Nostradamus continues to fascinate the modern world. His verses do not simply tell readers what to think. They invite every generation to look into them and search for the shape of its own fears. But sometimes, buried beneath interpretation and coincidence, a pattern appears that is more difficult to dismiss. Not because it proves that the future was seen with perfect clarity, but because it reveals how frequently human societies move through the same cycles of ambition, anxiety, disruption, and renewal. In the 16th century, Europe was a landscape of uncertainty. Religious conflict divided communities. Epidemics moved silently from town to town. Political alliances shifted with little warning. Rumors traveled faster than verified information. Ordinary people lived beneath the decisions of rulers they would never meet, while scholars attempted to understand a universe that still seemed filled with invisible forces. Nostradamus lived within that instability. Born Michel de Nostradamus in 1503, he trained in medicine and became known for working during outbreaks of plague. Although later accounts of his medical career are often mixed with legend, he witnessed a world where disease, war, religious persecution, and political intrigue were not distant subjects discussed in books. They were immediate realities. Families disappeared within weeks. Cities changed allegiance. A ruler's death could alter the fate of an entire region. A comet, an eclipse, or an unusual season could be interpreted as a warning from heaven. In such an age, the desire to discover order within chaos was not merely intellectual. It was a form of survival. When Nostradamus published the first installments of the work now commonly known as Les Prophéties in 1555, he did not present a simple chronological account of the future. He arranged his writings into groups called centuries, each containing collections of 4-line verses known as quatrains. These verses moved restlessly between fire, blood, rivers, kings, celestial signs, ruined cities, strange machines, changing borders, and unnamed powers rising from unexpected directions. They rarely offered a precise year. They rarely identified a person in language that could be verified without interpretation. Instead, they created a labyrinth of symbols. This was partly a literary method, partly a reflection of astrological traditions, and perhaps partly a form of protection. In a period when religious authorities and political rulers could punish ideas considered dangerous, ambiguity offered safety. A direct accusation could condemn a writer. A symbol could survive. A name could be erased. An image could travel through time. Nostradamus himself suggested that his language was intentionally obscure, though the exact reasons and methods remain debated. Some readers believe he concealed his meaning to avoid persecution. Others argue that obscurity was essential to the prophetic style itself. Skeptics point out that vague language allows later generations to connect almost any dramatic event to a suitable verse, All three possibilities can exist at once. A text may be intentionally cryptic, historically meaningful, and still vulnerable to exaggerated interpretation. This distinction is essential because the mystery of Nostradamus does not depend on pretending that every modern headline was written in advance. The more interesting question is why the same images keep returning whenever civilization enters a period of instability. Why do the verses speak so often of divided powers, unnatural intelligence, disrupted harvests, signs in the sky, financial distress, and populations losing faith in their institutions? Were these observations of permanent human patterns rather than precise predictions? Did Nostradamus understand that empires repeatedly overextend themselves, that technologies created to provide security can become instruments of control, and that fear spreads most rapidly when people no longer trust the systems surrounding them? Or are modern readers simply arranging unrelated lines until they resemble the world they already expect to see? The answer may lie somewhere between belief and dismissal. What matters is not whether every symbol can be attached to a single modern event. What matters is whether the collection reveals a repeating structure. The previous 6 signs we examined appeared, on the surface, to belong to different areas of life. The first concerned a shift in global power, with old alliances weakening while new centers of influence emerged. The second involved the rise of what many modern interpreters describe as intelligence without a soul, a phrase that has become almost impossible to separate from artificial intelligence, automated decision-making, and systems capable of imitating human thought without sharing human conscience. The third concerned the erosion of economic trust, as debt, inflation, inequality, and financial uncertainty placed increasing pressure on ordinary households. The fourth reflected the growing intensity of natural disruption, floods, fires, droughts, violent storms, and changes that forced communities to reconsider where and how they could live. The fifth turned toward the sky, toward lights, objects, astronomical events, and phenomena that governments, scientists, and witnesses continued to investigate without reaching a single explanation. The sixth concerned something less visible but perhaps more personal, the weakening of shared reality itself. People were losing confidence not only in governments and financial institutions, but also in news, images, experts, technology, and sometimes even one another. Each sign seemed powerful enough to stand alone. That was the mistake. Readers searching for a seventh prediction naturally expected another category. Another war, another plague, another celestial event, another ruler described through an animal or a crown. But no such isolated sign was necessary. The seventh prediction had been present from the beginning, not as another event, but as a relationship between events. It was the pattern of convergence. Imagine 6 rivers flowing from different mountains. One carries political conflict, one carries technological disruption, one carries economic instability, one carries environmental pressure, one carries unexplained phenomena and public uncertainty. The last carries the collapse of trust. Viewed separately, each river appears manageable. Governments can negotiate political disputes. Companies can regulate technology. Central banks can address inflation. Emergency agencies can respond to disasters. Scientists can examine unknown objects. Journalists can correct false information. But what happens when all 6 rivers enter the same valley at the same time? Political rivalry accelerates technological competition. Technological competition eliminates jobs and concentrates power. Economic pressure deepens social anger. Environmental disasters disrupt food, housing, insurance, and migration. Confusion about unexplained events feeds suspicion. Artificially generated media makes genuine evidence harder to recognize. Public distrust prevents collective action precisely when cooperation becomes most necessary. The crises no longer remain separate. They begin to amplify one another. This is the core of the seventh prediction, not destruction from a single source, but instability created through connection. A system can survive one damaged component. It becomes far more fragile when several components fail together. History provides many examples of this principle. Revolutions are rarely caused by one speech or one unpopular ruler. They emerge when food prices, inequality, political humiliation, corruption, and public anger converge. Empires rarely collapse because of one defeated army. They weaken through debt, internal division, overextension, declining legitimacy, and pressure from external rivals. Financial crises are rarely produced by one reckless institution. They spread through networks of loans, confidence, speculation, and panic. The decisive force is often not the original problem. It is the chain reaction. Nostradamus lived in a world shaped by chain reactions. A failed harvest could create hunger. Hunger could create unrest. Unrest could create persecution. Persecution could create migration. Migration could spread disease and weaken local economies. Political leaders might then exploit fear to consolidate power. A celestial event observed during such instability could become a symbol around which the entire population organized its anxiety. To someone watching these cycles repeatedly, the future might not appear as a collection of dates. It might appear as recurring patterns of convergence. This is why the seventh sign is so difficult to identify inside a single quatrain. It may not belong to one verse. It may emerge only when several verses are placed beside one another. Modern readers often search Nostradamus for a line that mentions a year, a country, or a recognizable leader. But what if the true structure of his work lies not in isolated sentences, but in repeated clusters of images? Fire appears beside hunger. Celestial signs appear beside political change. Mechanical or unnatural forces appear beside the weakening of human judgment. Floods and ruined cities appear beside displaced populations. Money, rulers, and public rebellion appear within the same symbolic landscape. None of this proves that Nostradamus foresaw artificial intelligence, modern geopolitics, or the economic systems of 2026. It does, however, suggest that he understood something fundamental about periods of transition. The most dangerous moment arrives when people continue treating connected crises as if they were unrelated. That is where the warning becomes relevant. During 2026, global events are consumed one headline at a time. A trade dispute appears in the morning. A breakthrough in artificial intelligence appears by afternoon. A storm destroys homes in one region while markets fall in another. A strange object is recorded in the sky. A fabricated video spreads across millions of screens. A government announces a new security policy. Each event enters the public mind briefly before being replaced by the next. The speed of information prevents people from seeing structure. The world feels chaotic because attention is divided into fragments. But from a wider perspective, the fragments may be connected. The competition between major powers is not separate from AI development, because advanced computing has become a source of military, economic, and political influence. AI is not separate from employment, because automation changes the value of human labor. Employment is not separate from social stability, because financial insecurity increases anger and distrust. Distrust is not separate from deepfakes, because synthetic media makes public consensus more difficult. Climate disruption is not separate from politics, because food, migration, water, and energy become questions of national security. UAP discussions are not separate from information warfare, because genuine uncertainty creates a space where speculation, secrecy, and manipulation can flourish. These are not six roads moving in different directions. They are six roads approaching the same intersection. The existence of that intersection does not mean catastrophe is inevitable. This must be stated clearly. A pattern is not a sentence. A warning is not a guarantee. Nostradamus has repeatedly been used to announce dates of destruction that arrived and passed without the promised apocalypse. His writings have been translated, rearranged, mistranslated, selectively quoted, and connected to events only after those events occurred. Any responsible investigation must acknowledge this. The seventh prediction should not be treated as supernatural certainty. It should be treated as a framework, a lens through which to examine how modern systems interact. The power of the idea comes not from proving that a 16th-century astrologer knew the details of our technology, but from recognizing that human civilization continues to repeat certain behaviors. We build systems for convenience and then become dependent on them. We create institutions for stability and then assume they cannot fail. We divide knowledge into separate fields and overlook the connections between them. We respond to fear by demanding greater control, sometimes surrendering the very freedom we hope to protect. We search the sky for warnings while ignoring the changes already taking place within our own habits, relationships, and minds. Perhaps this is why the seventh sign remained unnoticed. It did not look dramatic enough. It was not a burning city, a fallen king, or a mysterious light. It was the invisible architecture connecting them all. In ancient manuscripts, the most important message is not always written in the darkest ink. Sometimes it exists in the space between the lines. For modern viewers, that space is the relationship between the stories dominating the present moment. A conflict over territory may also be a conflict over energy, data, rare minerals, shipping routes, or semiconductor manufacturing. An AI breakthrough may also be a labor event, a security event, an educational event, and a psychological event. A flood may also be an insurance crisis, a housing crisis, a migration crisis, and a political crisis. A deepfake may begin as entertainment and become evidence in a conflict before investigators can determine whether it is real. The seventh sign is the collapse of boundaries between categories. Once that collapse begins, solutions designed for isolated problems may no longer work. There is another reason this interpretation matters. Convergence changes the emotional behavior of societies. When people face one visible threat, they can often organize around it. When they face many uncertain threats simultaneously, they become exhausted. Attention fragments. Anger searches for an easy target. Rumors become emotionally satisfying because they reduce complexity. People begin to believe that someone must secretly control everything because coordinated intention feels easier to accept than uncontrolled interaction between thousands of systems. This is the psychological territory where ancient prophecy becomes most powerful and most dangerous. It can help people recognize patterns, but it can also encourage them to see certainty where none exists. It can inspire preparation, or it can become a prison of fear. Nostradamus wrote during an era when uncertainty was often explained through divine punishment, astrology, omens, and invisible forces. Modern society possesses satellites, computer models, scientific instruments, and enormous databases. Yet uncertainty has not disappeared. It has changed form. Instead of fearing that a comet announces the death of a king, people fear that an algorithm may determine whether they receive a job, a loan, medical treatment, or access to information. Instead of waiting for messengers to arrive from distant battlefields, they watch conflicts unfold in real time, surrounded by authentic footage, manipulated footage, propaganda, and artificial images that may be impossible to distinguish at first glance. Instead of consulting royal astrologers, they consult recommendation systems whose internal processes they do not understand. The vocabulary has changed. The human need for certainty has not. This is where the phrase, intelligence without a soul, returns. It is not merely one of the 6 signs. It may be the mechanism accelerating all the others. Artificial intelligence can analyze global markets, generate persuasive political messages, simulate voices, coordinate machines, identify military targets, predict consumer behavior, and produce information faster than human institutions can verify it. Used responsibly, it can improve medicine, education, research, accessibility, and productivity. Used carelessly or trusted without sufficient oversight, it can magnify existing weaknesses. It can intensify the convergence. Yet even AI may not be the true 7th sign. The deeper warning concerns the human response to it. A machine does not need to seize power through force if people gradually stop questioning its recommendations. A false image does not need to deceive everyone forever. It only needs to create confusion during the few critical hours when decisions are made. A financial system does not need to collapse completely to change society. It only needs to convince enough people that their future is becoming less secure. A natural disaster does not need to affect the entire planet. It only needs to strike locations where housing, infrastructure, food, and insurance systems are already fragile. Convergence transforms limited disruptions into broader consequences, and somewhere inside the centuries, among images of shifting kingdoms, strange knowledge, fire, water, hunger, and celestial disturbances. Readers have long searched for the event that would explain everything. Perhaps there is no single event. Perhaps the prediction no one noticed is that the world would reach a period when every major system began changing faster than the human mind could comfortably process. If that is the seventh sign, then it does not belong only to governments, scientists, corporations, or armies. It belongs to every person waking up each morning to a flood of information and struggling to decide what is real, what is important, and what can still be controlled. The first 6 signs describe the world outside us. The seventh begins inside. It appears when fear replaces discernment, when convenience replaces judgment, when constant connection destroys attention, and when people surrender their ability to choose because the future feels too complex to understand. But hidden inside that warning is also the first reason for hope. If the seventh sign depends on human awareness, then it is not fixed. It can be interrupted. It can be answered. The future may be shaped by forces larger than any individual, but the way those forces transform society still depends on millions of decisions made each day. Before we can understand what the seventh prediction means for 2026, however, we must first enter the architecture of Nostradamus's language. We must examine why he avoided direct dates, why he mixed geography and mythology, why the same symbol can appear to point toward entirely different centuries, and why one particular pattern only becomes visible when several warnings are placed side by side. Because the missing prediction may never have been missing at all. We may simply have been reading the verses one at a time. To understand how the seventh prediction could remain invisible for centuries, we must first abandon the assumption that Nostradamus wrote his prophecies to be read like an ordinary book. Les Prophéties does not behave like a conventional historical record. It does not lead the reader from one year to the next, identify each ruler by name, or explain the chain of events that connects one crisis to another. Instead, it resembles a shattered mirror. Every quatrain reflects a fragment, a city under pressure, a ruler losing authority, a celestial disturbance, a river overflowing, a strange form of knowledge, a population divided by fear. When viewed individually, these fragments appear isolated and often impossible to verify. But when placed beside one another, they can create the illusion, or perhaps the outline of a much larger image. This is the first secret of Nostradamus's method. The meaning may not exist entirely inside any single verse. It may emerge from repetition, contrast, and the accumulation of symbols across the entire collection. Readers searching for one perfect line about 2026 may therefore be looking in the wrong place. The pattern may have been hidden not inside a prediction, but between predictions. Nostradamus composed his verses during an age when knowledge was frequently protected by obscurity. Political criticism could attract punishment. Religious deviation could lead to investigation. Astrological claims could be tolerated in one court and condemned in another. Writers who wished to discuss dangerous subjects often turned to allegory, classical mythology, symbolic geography, coded names, and indirect language. Obscurity was not necessarily evidence of supernatural knowledge. It was a practical literary shield. A statement that directly accused a ruler could be treated as sedition. A verse describing a wounded lion beneath a darkened sun could be interpreted in many ways, and therefore defended as poetry. This flexibility allowed a text to circulate through hostile environments while preserving several possible layers of meaning. It also created the central problem that has followed Nostradamus for almost 5 centuries. If a verse can mean several things, how can anyone know which meaning was intended? The answer is that, in many cases, we cannot. Responsible interpretation must begin with uncertainty. Nostradamus wrote in a mixture shaped by 16th-century French, Latin expressions, regional vocabulary, classical references, astrological terminology, and occasional distortions of place names. Copies and translations introduced additional complications. Spelling was not standardized. Punctuation differed between editions. Printers made errors. Later interpreters sometimes rearranged wording or selected translations that best supported a modern theory. A single unfamiliar term could be treated as a hidden name, an anagram, a foreign word, or a printing mistake depending on the argument being made. This made the text unusually adaptable, It could survive political change because it never belonged completely to one era. But adaptability is not the same as accuracy. The same characteristic that protects a hidden message also allows readers to manufacture one. That distinction is essential as we explore the seventh prediction. We are not looking for proof that Nostradamus secretly wrote the year 2026 into a perfect code. We are looking for a structural pattern that modern readers may have overlooked because they were too focused on individual events. One of the most common mistakes in interpreting the centuries is to assume that the order of the quatrains represents a clear timeline. The title centuries can sound chronological to a modern audience, but it primarily refers to collections of 100 verses, not necessarily 100 years. The quatrains do not progress neatly from the 16th century toward the distant future. Images from different possible periods appear beside one another. A conflict that seems medieval can be followed by a celestial sign, then a famine, then a reference that later readers connect to modern warfare. Some interpreters have attempted to reconstruct a hidden chronology through astrology, planetary configurations, historical names, or numerical arrangements. Others argue that no stable chronology exists at all. But what if the lack of chronology is itself part of the design? What if Nostradamus was not presenting a calendar but a catalog of recurring conditions? War follows scarcity. Scarcity weakens trust. Weakness invites political struggle. Political struggle produces propaganda. Propaganda divides society. Division creates opportunities for new forms of power. The sequence does not belong to one century. It can repeat in many. This would explain why similar quatrains are repeatedly attached to different historical events. The verses may feel prophetic, not because they identify a single future occurrence, but because they describe combinations of forces that return whenever complex societies enter a period of stress. Consider how Nostradamus used geography. His verses often mention regions, rivers, seas, towns, and territories familiar to the Mediterranean world. Yet these locations do not always function as simple coordinates. A city might represent political authority. A river might mark a boundary, a trade route, or a channel through which invasion and disease could travel. Rome might refer to the physical city, the church, imperial power, or the broader inheritance of the ancient world. The East might indicate a direction, a rival empire, a spiritual tradition, or an unknown source of disruption. When modern interpreters replace these symbolic landscapes with current national borders, they risk forcing the past to speak the language of the present. At the same time, the continued appearance of borders, ports, rivers, and contested regions reveals something important. Power has always depended on movement. Armies move, grain moves, money moves, information moves, disease moves, refugees move. The control of routes can determine which kingdom rises and which one falls. In 2026, those routes may involve shipping lanes, energy pipelines, digital networks, semiconductor supply chains, satellites, and undersea cables. The technology has changed, but the underlying structure remains familiar. A symbolic river in an old verse may not predict a modern data cable, yet both can represent the same strategic truth. Whoever controls the flow controls part of the world built around it. This is how a pattern survives without requiring a literal prediction. Nostradamus also relied heavily on the language of the sky. Comets, eclipses, unusual stars, fire from above, darkness at unexpected hours, and changes in planetary relationships appear throughout prophetic traditions, not only in his work. In the 16th century, celestial events were widely interpreted as signs of political or divine significance. Astrology was connected to medicine, agriculture, royal decision-making, and the study of historical cycles. A darkened sun could indicate a crisis of authority. A comet could be associated with war, plague, or the death of a ruler. A rare conjunction could suggest the beginning of a new age. Modern astronomy explains these events through physical processes, but their psychological power remains. When the sky changes dramatically, people look upward together. For a few minutes, ordinary life pauses. Ancient observers saw judgment. Modern observers may see orbital mechanics, yet both experience the same emotional interruption, the realization that human systems exist beneath forces far larger than themselves. Nostradamus understood the narrative power of that interruption. By placing celestial imagery beside political or environmental unrest, he could transform a local crisis into part of a cosmic drama. This does not mean the heavens caused the event. It means the sky became a symbol through which society interpreted its fear. The same mechanism operates today. An eclipse, an unexplained light, or a newly released UAP video can absorb anxieties that originate elsewhere. People worried about war, technology, secrecy, and declining trust may project those fears onto a single image in the sky. The symbol becomes a container for many unrelated concerns. This is precisely how the seventh pattern hides itself. One sign begins carrying the emotional weight of several others. Fire is another recurring image. In prophetic writing, fire can represent war, destruction, purification, fever, rebellion, divine judgment, technological power, or the collapse of an old order. Modern readers often connect fiery verses to bombs, missiles, industrial accidents, wildfires, or energy weapons. But the symbol is far older than any one technology. Fire transforms whatever it touches. It provides warmth and destroys cities. It allows civilization to advance and makes civilization vulnerable. In a pattern-based interpretation, fire may represent accelerating change itself. Artificial intelligence, geopolitical rivalry, financial instability, and environmental stress all possess this quality. Each can be productive under control and destructive when amplified. Fire, therefore, becomes less useful as a clue to one event and more useful as a description of the speed at which systems can change. Water carries the opposite appearance, but often the same structural meaning. Floods erase boundaries. Rivers overflow. Seas invade land. Water can symbolize uncontrolled forces, migration, disease, emotional panic, or the dissolution of familiar structures. When fire and water appear within the same symbolic landscape, later readers may search for two separate disasters, yet they may instead describe two expressions of the same transition. One burns away the old, while the other overwhelms the barriers built to contain change. This pairing appears in myths across civilizations because it reflects a universal human experience. Societies fear both sudden destruction and gradual engulfment. In the modern world, technological disruption can resemble fire, fast, visible, and transformative, while debt, mistrust, and environmental pressure can resemble water, rising slowly until familiar ground disappears. The seventh prediction may be hidden in the relationship between these symbols rather than in either symbol alone. Nostradamus's use of rulers and animals follows a similar logic. Lions, eagles, bulls, wolves, and other creatures have long represented kingdoms, military strength, pride, hunger, or predatory ambition. Modern audiences often assign these animals to current nations. The eagle becomes one superpower. The bear becomes another. The dragon becomes a third. Such associations can produce compelling narratives, especially when global power is shifting, but they must be handled carefully. Animal symbolism existed long before modern states, and the same creature could represent different powers in different contexts. A lion might refer to courage, monarchy, a specific heraldic emblem, a zodiac sign, or a person whose name contained a related meaning. To claim that one animal definitively identifies one 21st-century country would exceed the evidence, yet the repetition of competing animals still matters. It reveals a worldview in which political power is understood as instinctive, territorial, and cyclical. Predators rise, fight, weaken, and are replaced. Alliances form when convenient, and dissolve when conditions change. In this sense, the animal symbols do not predict the names of modern nations. They describe the behavior of power itself. This distinction allows the text to remain relevant without forcing it into a false precision. The seventh pattern becomes visible when the animals are not treated as isolated actors, but as participants in a changing ecosystem. A bear does not rise alone. Its rise changes the eagle's strategy. The eagle's response affects the dragon. Their competition affects smaller states, trade routes, currencies, technology, and public fear. The prophecy is not simply that three powers will struggle. The deeper pattern is that their struggle will spread into every system connected to them. Nostradamus also obscured meaning through temporal compression. In a four-line verse, an image of conflict might be placed beside an image of famine, a celestial event, and a fallen leader. Readers often assume these images describe a single dramatic episode, but they may represent stages of a longer process compressed into one poetic unit. A decade can be folded into 4 lines. A cause and its consequence can appear side by side, even if years separate them. This creates the impression of simultaneity. It also makes retrospective interpretation easier, because multiple details can be matched to different parts of a historical period. For the 7th prediction, however, temporal compression offers another possibility. What appears to be poetic convenience may reflect an understanding that crises converge faster in perception than they do in chronology. People remember a troubled era as one continuous storm, even when the individual events occurred over many years. The Black Death, religious conflict, political instability, and economic disruption can merge in collective memory into a single age of darkness. Likewise, future generations may remember the early 21st century not as a sequence of separate disruptions, but as one period when technology, climate, finance, war, and truth itself all changed at once. Nostradamus's compressed style is uniquely suited to representing such an age. His verses do not need to identify which event came first. They create the emotional experience of multiple forces closing in together. Another layer of concealment lies in contradiction. Nostradamus's verses often appear to move between destruction and renewal, defeat and victory, darkness and revelation. A ruler falls, yet another rises. A city burns, yet a new order emerges. The sky darkens, but the darkness also marks transition. Readers interested in catastrophe tend to select the most alarming lines and ignore the balancing images. This creates a distorted portrait of the work, as an endless catalog of doom. But prophetic traditions frequently present crisis as part of a cycle. The old order becomes unstable. Fear intensifies. Structures collapse or transform. A new order follows. Whether that new order is better depends on human choices. This cyclical structure is essential to our interpretation of the 7th prediction because convergence does not automatically mean extinction. It means a threshold. Several systems reach their limits together, creating a period in which change becomes unavoidable. That change can be destructive, constructive, or both. The warning exists so that people recognize the threshold before panic makes their decisions for them. This may be why the most important message was hidden beneath frightening imagery. Fear attracts attention, but awareness determines what happens next. Nostradamus may have understood that a direct philosophical lesson would not travel as far as a mysterious warning. People remember the burning tower. They debate the darkened sun. They repeat the image of a strange intelligence. Through those images, the deeper pattern survives. The danger is that later generations may become so fascinated by the images that they miss the lesson connecting them. There is also the question of deliberate disorder. Some interpreters have suggested that Nostradamus scattered related ideas across different centuries to prevent a simple reading. Whether this was intentional cannot be established with certainty, but the effect is undeniable. A symbol introduced in one section may return much later in a different context. A river associated with conflict may reappear beside famine. A ruler associated with the sky may reappear beside mechanical power. The reader must remember earlier images and recognize callbacks. This is similar to the structure of a mystery story. The first appearance seems unimportant. The second creates suspicion. The third reveals a pattern. If the quatrains are read quickly or individually, the connection disappears. If they are read thematically, clusters emerge. Power, scarcity, sky, machine, migration, money, and trust begin to overlap. The 7th prediction may therefore function like an unwritten conclusion produced by the interaction of 6 repeated themes. It does not announce itself, because it is not a separate object. It is the network created when the objects are connected. The phrase, intelligence without a soul, for example, may be a modern interpretation rather than a direct quotation from Nostradamus. Yet it captures a cluster of anxieties present in prophetic literature. Knowledge detached from wisdom, mechanical ability detached from conscience, power detached from moral responsibility. In one century, that fear could be applied to bureaucratic empires. In another, to industrial warfare. In 2026, it naturally evokes artificial intelligence. The exact technology may be new, but the ethical problem is ancient. Can intelligence be separated from virtue without creating danger? Can a society become more capable while becoming less wise? Can tools designed to serve human beings begin shaping the values of the humans who depend on them? Nostradamus did not need to foresee neural networks to participate in this question. He lived in a culture already concerned with forbidden knowledge, artificial beings, alchemy, astrology, and the limits of human control. Later readers supply the modern machinery. The pattern supplies the warning. A similar process occurs with economic imagery. References to scarcity, coin, tribute, hunger, taxation, or the suffering of common people are often linked to specific crises, but the repeated association between financial pressure and political instability is more significant than any single match. When money loses credibility, institutions lose legitimacy. When daily necessities become unaffordable, abstract political disputes become personal. When debt expands, power shifts toward those who control credit. When ordinary people feel that the rules no longer protect them, they become receptive to radical explanations and extreme promises. This dynamic existed in the 16th century and continues in modern economies. The instruments are more complex, but the emotional consequences remain recognizable. The seventh pattern forms when economic anxiety is accelerated by technology, amplified by political conflict, and interpreted through a media environment where truth itself is contested. A household struggling with rising costs may encounter an AI-generated video blaming a foreign power, a minority group, a corporation, or a secret organization. The content spreads because it gives shape to fear. The fear increases division. Division makes cooperation harder. The original financial pressure then becomes part of a larger social crisis. No single verse needs to describe this exact sequence. The pattern emerges from the interaction of old themes within a new system. This is why modern technology makes the seventh prediction more relevant than previous interpretations. Earlier societies experienced convergence, but information traveled slowly. Rumors moved through markets, churches, taverns, letters, and messengers. Today, a false claim can reach millions before evidence is examined. A financial panic can cross borders within hours. A cyber attack can disrupt physical infrastructure. A regional conflict can alter energy prices across continents. A weather event can trigger insurance losses, migration, political pressure, and online misinformation at the same time. Artificial intelligence can generate explanations faster than experts can verify them. The system is no longer merely connected. It is synchronized. This synchronization gives the seventh sign its modern form. The prophecy no one noticed may be the acceleration of connection itself, yet Nostradamus's language remains useful precisely because it resists speed. A quatrain forces the reader to pause. Its symbols cannot be consumed like a headline. They demand interpretation. In a strange way, the obscurity that frustrates historians may offer a lesson to the modern mind. Do not react before examining the relationships. Do not assume the first interpretation is the correct one. Do not confuse emotional intensity with evidence. Do not treat a fragment as the whole. These principles are more valuable than any claim that one verse predicted one event. The method of reading becomes part of the warning. To decode the seventh pattern responsibly, we must follow 3 rules. First, separate the historical text from later interpretation. We should identify what is actually present in the verse, what depends on translation, and what has been added by modern readers. Second, compare themes rather than forcing exact matches. A symbol may illuminate a recurring human problem without naming a modern technology. Third, test the pattern against reality without assuming that similarity proves prediction. Are political, technological, economic, environmental, and psychological pressures genuinely interacting? If the answer is yes, the pattern deserves attention even if Nostradamus had no supernatural knowledge. The value lies in the structure, not the claim of certainty. This approach also protects the viewer from one of the greatest dangers of prophecy: confirmation bias. Once someone believes that a prediction is unfolding, every new event can become evidence. A storm confirms the water sign. A market decline confirms the financial sign. A new AI model confirms the soulless intelligence. An unusual light confirms the sky sign. The interpretation becomes impossible to disprove because everything is absorbed into it. That is not investigation. It is a closed belief system. The seventh prediction must remain open to challenge. Convergence should be demonstrated through documented relationships between systems, not through the emotional atmosphere of frightening headline. We must ask whether the events are truly connected, whether alternative explanations exist, and whether the interpretation offers practical insight. If it only produces fear, it has failed. Nostradamus's obscurity has allowed both serious analysis and reckless manipulation. Throughout history, political movements, publishers, broadcasters, and online creators have used his name to attract attention. Verses have been altered, fabricated, or presented without context. Predictions have been announced after major events, and falsely claimed to have circulated beforehand. Dates of global destruction have repeatedly passed without fulfillment. Each failure should make us more careful, not less curious. The seventh prediction cannot be another attempt to attach a dramatic headline to an ambiguous line. Its strength must come from a broader observation. Modern crises are increasingly interconnected, and societies become vulnerable when they respond to them separately. This observation does not require belief in prophecy. It requires only that we look at the structure of the world around us. The mystery is why a collection of 16th-century symbols can still provide a compelling language for that structure. Perhaps the answer is that Nostradamus wrote about permanent forces: power, fear, scarcity, ambition, uncertainty, and the human desire to control what cannot be fully controlled. These forces wear new costumes in every age. Kings become presidents and corporate leaders. Messengers become networks. Alchemical machines become algorithms. Celestial omens become satellite images and UAP reports. Coins become digital assets. Plagues become global health systems and data dashboards. The symbols evolve because civilization evolves, but the emotional architecture remains. Nostradamus hid the pattern by refusing to imprison it inside one century. Whether by intention, literary habit, or the natural ambiguity of prophetic writing, he created a text that behaves like a map without a fixed scale. It can be laid over many periods. Most alignments are imperfect. Some are forced, but certain recurring pathways remain visible. Concentrated power produces resistance. Uncertainty increases the appeal of authority. Technological capability outruns moral preparation. Scarcity transforms politics. Unexplained events become vessels for collective fear. And when trust collapses, every other crisis becomes more difficult to solve. These pathways form the architecture of convergence. The seventh sign was never a final item added to a list. It was the moment the list became a system. There is one more detail that deepens the mystery. Nostradamus often positioned human conflict beside images of distorted perception. Darkness at noon, voices misunderstood, false peace, hidden enemies, confused crowds, rulers deceived by advisors, and populations unable to recognize danger until it was close. Again, these motifs were common in the literature of his age and should not be treated as direct descriptions of modern media. But taken together, they suggest that perception itself becomes unstable during periods of transition. People do not merely face crisis. They lose agreement about what the crisis is. This may be the most important connection to 2026. Artificial images, selective algorithms, strategic propaganda, political polarization, and the speed of information do not simply deliver different opinions. They create different realities. Two people can observe the same event and inhabit completely separate explanations of it. When that happens, the ability to respond collectively begins to disappear. The seventh prediction may therefore be less about the convergence of external disasters and more about the collapse of the shared lens through which society interprets them. Without a shared reality, every problem becomes harder. Economic policy becomes conspiracy. Scientific uncertainty becomes proof of deception. Diplomatic compromise becomes betrayal. Technological progress becomes either salvation or apocalypse. Natural disaster becomes a weapon in ideological conflict. Even an object in the sky becomes evidence for whatever the observer already believes. This is how the pattern protects itself from recognition. It divides the audience before the audience can see the whole. Nostradamus's fragmented language unintentionally mirrors that condition. Each reader selects a line. Each interpreter builds a different future. The text becomes a battlefield of perception. To discover the seventh sign, we must do the opposite. We must place the fragments together without pretending they form a perfect picture. We must tolerate uncertainty long enough to see relationships. We must distinguish what is documented from what is imagined. And most importantly, we must remember that a warning is useful only if it changes behavior. The hidden pattern is not revealed by finding a secret year or rearranging letters until a modern name appears. It is revealed by recognizing the repeated sequence beneath the symbols. Pressure accumulates, systems connect, trust declines, fear accelerates, and the human capacity for judgment becomes the final point of failure or the final line of defense. This is why Nostradamus may have hidden the most important prediction in plain sight. A ruler can be named, a battle can be dated, a storm can be mapped, but convergence is invisible until its consequences appear. It exists in the connections no institution fully controls. It grows between markets and governments, machines and minds, climate and migration, information and belief. By the time everyone agrees that the systems are connected, the chain reaction may already be underway. Yet recognition changes the outcome. Once the pattern is visible, it can be interrupted. Institutions can coordinate. Individuals can strengthen judgment. Technology can be governed. Communities can prepare without panic. Information can be verified before it spreads. The future remains open because the pattern describes tendencies, not destiny. But before we can decide whether convergence is truly unfolding in 2026, we must return to the 6 original signs and examine them again not as separate predictions, but as parts of one mechanism. Only then will we see which sign started the chain, which one is accelerating it, and why the 7th prediction may already be moving through every headline without ever appearing by name. Once the architecture of Nostradamus's language is understood, the 6 predictions attributed to 2026 begin to look very different. What first appeared to be 6 independent warnings, 6 doors leading into 6 unrelated chambers, may actually be 6 entrances into the same structure. The shifting balance of global power, the rise of intelligence without a soul, the erosion of financial trust, the fury of nature, the unexplained signs in the sky, and the collapse of shared reality do not simply exist beside one another. They interact, they exchange energy. One intensifies the next, and the next returns that pressure to the first. The 7th prediction becomes visible only when the observer stops asking which prophecy will happen first and begins asking which force is already accelerating all the others. This is why we must return to the 6 signs, not to repeat what has already been said, but to examine the hidden connections that were missed when each warning was viewed alone. The first sign concerned power. Across the centuries, Nostradamus repeatedly described rulers rising from unexpected directions, old crowns weakening, alliances breaking, and territories becoming the objects of competition between larger forces. Modern interpreters often map these images directly onto contemporary nations, assigning ancient animals and geographic descriptions to present-day powers. That approach can be tempting, especially during periods when the international order appears unstable, but it can also create false certainty. The deeper and more reliable pattern is not the identity of a particular kingdom, it is the recurring behavior of power during transitions. Dominant systems rarely disappear in a single dramatic moment. They lose authority gradually. Rivals test their limits. Allies become more cautious. Smaller states search for protection or opportunity. Trade routes become strategic weapons. Technologies once considered commercial tools become instruments of national power. The language of cooperation remains, but beneath it grows a competition over energy, data, resources, talent, and influence. In 2026, this competition does not exist only on battlefields or inside diplomatic meetings. It enters ordinary life through prices, employment, technology, and access. A disagreement between governments can affect the cost of fuel. A restriction on advanced components can delay production in another country. A conflict near a shipping route can alter the price of food thousands of miles away. A decision about digital infrastructure can influence what information populations are allowed to see. Power is no longer concentrated only in armies and borders. It flows through supply chains, platforms, satellites, financial networks, and algorithms. This is where the first sign connects to the second. The struggle between nations is becoming a struggle over intelligence itself, not only human intelligence, but artificial systems capable of analyzing, predicting, generating, and deciding at a scale no individual could match. What earlier generations understood as military advantage through stronger weapons may now include advantage through better models, larger datasets, faster chips, more autonomous machines, and greater control over the systems that organize information. Intelligence without a soul is therefore not an isolated technological warning. It is part of the power struggle. Every major actor understands that the ability to process information faster can shape markets, security, public opinion, and war. The machine becomes a new form of territory. Data becomes a new resource. Computing infrastructure becomes a fortress. Those who control the systems may not need to control every person directly. They may only need to control the choices presented to them. This does not mean artificial intelligence possesses hidden intentions. The danger lies in the intentions of those who deploy it and in the carelessness of those who trust it, without understanding its limits. A system does not require consciousness to influence society. It requires access. It requires scale. It requires people to depend on its outputs. Once integrated into hiring, lending, education, healthcare, security, communication, and entertainment, artificial intelligence becomes more than a tool. It becomes an environment. The second sign therefore amplifies the first because geopolitical competition encourages faster deployment, fewer delays, and greater secrecy. Every power fears falling behind. Every institution feels pressure to automate. Every company is told that hesitation means irrelevance. Speed becomes more valuable than reflection. Capability advances faster than governance. Convenience outruns caution. And when judgment is transferred to systems that cannot experience consequence, the ethical responsibility still belongs to humans even when no individual feels fully responsible for the final decision. This is the ancient problem hidden inside the modern machine. Power separated from wisdom. Yet the connection does not stop there. Intelligence without a soul feeds directly into the third sign, the erosion of economic trust. Automation promises efficiency, but efficiency does not distribute its benefits equally. A company may become more productive while reducing the number of people it employs. A profession may not disappear entirely, but its value can change quickly. Tasks once associated with education, expertise, and security can be replicated or accelerated by machines. Workers who spent years building specialized knowledge may discover that the market no longer rewards that knowledge in the same way. New jobs will appear, as they have during previous technological revolutions. But transitions are rarely smooth. The pain arrives before the opportunity is evenly shared. During that gap, uncertainty grows. Households delay major decisions. Young people question whether education will still lead to stability. Older workers fear they cannot adapt quickly enough. Businesses invest in automation while consumers worry about income. Productivity rises in some sectors while trust falls across society. Economic instability is not created by technology alone, but technology can intensify existing pressures: debt, inflation, inequality, housing costs, insecure employment, and the concentration of wealth. In prophetic imagery, the weakening of coin, the suffering of common people, the abundance of some beside the hunger of others, and the unrest that follows scarcity are recurring themes because they describe one of history's most reliable patterns. People can tolerate inequality when they believe the system is moving in a fair direction. They can accept temporary hardship when they trust that sacrifice is shared. But when the rules appear designed to protect those already powerful, financial difficulty becomes more than a private burden. It becomes a crisis of legitimacy. The third sign is therefore not merely about markets or currencies. It is about belief. Money functions because people agree that it represents value. Banks function because people believe deposits will remain accessible. Contracts function because people expect enforcement. Governments borrow because investors trust future repayment. Entire economies rest on confidence that tomorrow will remain sufficiently connected to today. When that confidence weakens, behavior changes before the system officially collapses. People move savings. Businesses stop investing. Lenders become cautious. Consumers become defensive. Rumors begin to influence decisions as strongly as verified information. A small disruption can produce an exaggerated reaction because fear has already prepared the ground. This is where the third sign connects to the sixth, the collapse of shared reality. Financial systems are especially sensitive to perception. A false message about a bank, a fabricated statement from a leader, or an artificial video appearing to announce a crisis can move faster than any official correction. Even when the information is later exposed as false, the reaction it caused may be real. Markets can fall. Crowds can withdraw money. Companies can lose trust. Political tensions can rise. The age of synthetic media turns perception into an economic force. The question is no longer only whether an event happened. The question is whether enough people believe it happened long enough to act. This is one reason the six signs cannot be separated. Artificial intelligence influences information. Information influences confidence. Confidence influences money. Economic pressure influences politics. Politics accelerates technological competition. The chain begins to close. But before it completes itself, the fourth sign enters: the growing pressure of nature. Nostradamus's verses repeatedly draw from floods, droughts, fire, ruined harvests, violent weather, and cities placed under conditions they cannot control. These images were not unusual in the 16th century. Agricultural societies lived close to environmental limits. A failed season could mean famine. A river changing course could destroy a town. Disease often followed displacement and malnutrition. Nature was not a distant environmental issue. It was the foundation beneath politics, economy, and survival. Modern civilization appears more protected, but its complexity has created new vulnerabilities. Cities depend on electricity, transport, data, insurance, water systems, and long supply chains. Agriculture depends on stable seasons, fuel, fertilizers, logistics, and finance. Coastal economies depend on infrastructure built according to assumptions about past conditions. When extreme events strike, the damage does not remain environmental. A flood becomes a housing crisis. A drought becomes a food crisis. A wildfire becomes an insurance crisis. A storm becomes an energy crisis. A heat wave becomes a public health crisis. Repeated disasters become a migration crisis. Each crisis then becomes political. Governments are judged by their response. Resources are redirected. Communities compete for assistance. Misinformation spreads about causes, victims, and responsibility. Environmental pressure therefore intensifies the first, third, and sixth signs at once. It changes the balance of power because water, food, energy, and habitable land become more strategic. It weakens financial trust because property values, insurance systems, and public budgets absorb repeated losses. It destabilizes shared reality because every disaster is immediately interpreted through competing political and ideological narratives. Some deny the event's wider meaning, others exaggerate it into proof of inevitable collapse. Images are shared without context. Old footage is presented as new. Artificially generated scenes blur the boundary further. The event itself becomes surrounded by a second disaster made of information. This is what convergence looks like in practice. One storm can activate nearly every other sign. It can expose weak infrastructure, increase prices, provoke political conflict, accelerate migration, create opportunities for manipulation, and deepen public distrust. The damage is no longer measured only in destroyed building. It is measured in the pressure transmitted through the entire system. Nature becomes a force multiplier. The fifth sign, the strange lights, objects, and disturbances in the sky, may initially appear to be the least connected of all. It seems to belong to another category entirely, somewhere between astronomy, military secrecy, ancient mythology, and speculation about unknown intelligence. Yet its importance lies not only in what is observed, but in what the observation does to public trust. For centuries, unusual events in the sky have been interpreted through the dominant fears of the age. A comet became a sign of a king's death. An eclipse became a warning of war. A meteor became divine punishment. In the modern world, unexplained aerial phenomena become symbols of hidden technology, secret military programs, foreign surveillance, government deception, or extraterrestrial visitation. The physical event may be a sensor error, a balloon, an aircraft, an atmospheric phenomenon, classified technology, or something genuinely unresolved. But uncertainty rarely remains empty. Human imagination fills the space. The less people trust institutions, the more quickly they assume concealment. The more governments classify information for legitimate security reasons, the more secrecy appears to confirm suspicion. The more manipulated images circulate online, the harder it becomes to distinguish credible evidence from entertainment or deliberate deception. Thus, the fifth sign connects directly to the sixth. The mystery in the sky becomes a test of the information system on the ground. Can institutions communicate uncertainty without appearing dishonest? Can citizens remain curious without becoming certain too quickly? Can media report unresolved evidence without turning ambiguity into spectacle? Can researchers investigate unusual observations while resisting both ridicule and sensationalism? These questions matter because uncertainty is becoming a strategic resource. A rival does not need to convince the public of one false explanation. It may be enough to flood the system with many competing explanations until no one knows what to believe. Confusion can be more useful than persuasion. When every image might be artificial, every statement might be propaganda, and every correction might be interpreted as part of a cover-up, collective judgment begins to fail. This is the sixth sign in its most dangerous form, not simply the presence of false information, but the exhaustion of the human ability to distinguish truth from manipulation. The collapse of shared reality does not mean everyone believes the same lie. It means everyone lives inside a different explanation. One group sees technological salvation. Another sees technological enslavement. One sees environmental evidence. Another sees political fabrication. One sees a defensive military operation. Another sees imperial aggression. One sees an unexplained object. Another sees proof of alien contact. A third sees a secret weapon. A fourth sees a staged distraction. Each explanation may contain fragments of evidence, emotional investment, and group identity. The argument becomes impossible to resolve because disagreement is no longer only about facts. It is about which institutions, communities, and experiences deserve trust. This condition amplifies every previous sign. Geopolitical conflict becomes harder to de-escalate when populations inhabit incompatible narratives. AI becomes harder to govern when people cannot agree on its risks or benefits. Economic policy becomes harder to sustain when every statistic is dismissed by someone as manipulation. Disaster response becomes harder when warnings are treated as political weapons. Scientific investigation becomes harder when uncertainty is mistaken, either for fraud or for proof of the most dramatic theory. Shared reality is the invisible infrastructure beneath every other system. Roads carry vehicles. Wires carry electricity. Trust carries coordination. When that infrastructure weakens, society may possess advanced technology and still lose the ability to act together. This is why the sixth sign may be the most important of the original warnings. It does not produce the other crises, but it prevents solutions. A divided public cannot prepare effectively. A distrustful population resists guidance. Institutions expecting disbelief become more secretive and defensive. Secrecy creates more suspicion. The cycle becomes self-reinforcing. And now the seventh pattern appears more clearly. The first sign, shifting power, creates competition. Competition accelerates the second sign, intelligence without a soul. Automation and concentration intensify the third sign, economic anxiety. Economic and political systems are pressured further by the fourth sign, environmental disruption. Uncertainty surrounding the fifth sign, unexplained phenomena, exposes the weakness of institutional communication. All five pour into the sixth sign, the collapse of shared reality. Once shared reality weakens, every previous crisis becomes harder to manage and easier to weaponize. The sixth sign then feeds backward into the first. Governments exploit fear. Rivals amplify division. Technology is deployed more aggressively. Markets react more emotionally. Environmental response becomes politicized. Mystery becomes propaganda. The chain is no longer linear. It is circular. That circle is the seventh prediction. The missing warning was not a final event waiting after the others. It was the feedback loop created when all six began reinforcing one another. This is why no single date can fully contain it. Convergence is a process. It begins quietly. At first, the connections appear accidental. A political conflict affects energy prices. A new algorithm affects employment. A disaster affects insurance. A false video affects public opinion. Each development seems manageable in isolation. Then the interactions increase. Energy prices affect inflation. Inflation affects elections. Elections affect technology policy. Technology affects information. Information affects disaster response. Disaster response affects trust. Trust affects markets. Markets influence political stability. At a certain point, the system begins reacting to itself. Small events produce large consequences because every major structure is already under pressure. Historians often describe such periods as turning points only after they have passed. The people living through them experience confusion rather than clarity. They do not wake up one morning and see that an era has ended. They notice that familiar rules no longer produce familiar outcomes. Advice that once seemed sensible stops working. Institutions that once appeared permanent begin changing their language. Professions lose value. New fortunes rise quickly. Political alliances shift. The future feels closer and less predictable at the same time. Nostradamus' style captures this emotional condition better than a precise calendar ever could. His verses move between unrelated images because that is how transition feels. Fire in one place, water in another. A ruler falling. A strange light. Scarcity. A machine. A crowd confused. A voice unheard. The sequence is unclear because the age itself is unclear. The reader is forced to construct meaning from fragments, just as modern people construct an understanding of the world from headlines, videos, alerts, and competing explanations. Perhaps this is why the prophecies appear especially powerful during unstable periods. They resemble the experience of instability. They offer the possibility that chaos has a hidden structure. That possibility is comforting and frightening at once. It suggests that events are not random, but it also raises the fear that they may be inevitable. This is where caution becomes essential. The existence of a pattern does not prove a supernatural design. Interconnected crises can arise from ordinary cause and effect. Global systems are linked by trade, technology, finance, communication, and shared environmental conditions. When one system changes, others respond. The convergence described here does not require secret coordination, divine punishment, or a predetermined end. It requires only a world complex enough for pressure to travel quickly. The danger of prophecy is that it can transform understandable relationships into fatalism. People may conclude that nothing can be changed because everything has been foretold. But the opposite lesson is more useful. If the six signs interact, then intervention in one area can influence the others. Strengthening information literacy can reduce panic in markets. Better governance of AI can protect employment and trust. Stronger communities can respond to disasters without collapsing into fear. More resilient supply chains can reduce political pressure. Transparent investigation of unexplained phenomena can prevent uncertainty from becoming manipulation. The same connections that spread crisis can spread resilience. Convergence is not only the mechanism of danger, it can become the mechanism of recovery. This may be the reason the seventh prediction was overlooked. Audiences searching for catastrophe expect a visible enemy. They expect a war, a plague, a falling object, a dead ruler, or a date carved into the future. A network has no face. A feedback loop cannot be placed on a thumbnail as easily as a burning city. It does not arrive with a single sound. It develops through countless decisions made by institutions, corporations, governments, communities, and individuals. No one person controls it, yet everyone contributes to it. This makes the warning more difficult to dramatize, but more important to understand. The greatest danger may not be that a powerful actor has planned every crisis. It may be that many actors pursue short-term advantage inside a system whose long-term behavior none of them fully controls. Governments race for technological dominance. Companies race for market share. Platforms race for attention. Investors race for profit. Citizens race to react before understanding. Each decision can appear rational on its own. Together, they can create instability no one intended. Nostradamus's fragmented imagery may reflect this truth. History is not shaped by one prophecy unfolding cleanly. It is shaped by competing intentions colliding inside conditions larger than any individual. The first 6 signs describe those conditions. The 7th describes the collision. There is another layer hidden within this circle. Every sign contains both an external force and an internal response. The balance of power changes, but fear determines how nations react. AI develops, but human choices determine how much authority it receives. Financial systems fluctuate, but trust determines whether pressure becomes panic. Nature produces disruption, but preparation determines whether communities recover. The sky presents uncertainty, but imagination determines which explanation takes hold. Information becomes fragmented, but attention determines what is believed. The external world supplies the event. The internal world supplies its meaning. This is why the final battlefield of the 7th prediction is not a country, a market, a laboratory, or the sky. It is the human mind. A population overwhelmed by simultaneous crises becomes easier to divide. Exhausted people seek certainty. Frightened people accept simple explanations. Angry people stop listening. Isolated people depend more heavily on digital systems for meaning and belonging. The more dependent they become, the more influence algorithms possess. The more influence algorithms possess, the more fragmented public attention becomes. The cycle returns again. Intelligence without a soul does not conquer humanity through force. It becomes powerful because human beings, tired of uncertainty, ask it to choose for them. This is the most unsettling connection among the 6 signs. The crisis of trust creates demand for systems that promise certainty. Those systems may then deepen the crisis by controlling which information is seen. The desire to escape confusion becomes the mechanism that expands it. Yet this is also where the first real possibility of interruption appears. A system built from feedback can be changed by changing what is fed into it. Attention can be reclaimed, information can be verified, decisions can remain human. Technology can be used without being worshipped. Financial preparation can replace panic. Political disagreement can exist without complete dehumanization. Environmental risk can be faced without turning every disaster into a battle over identity. Mystery can remain mystery without becoming proof of the most extreme belief. None of these actions will stop every crisis, but they can prevent the crises from amplifying one another as quickly. The ancient warning becomes practical when it shifts from prediction to preparation. This is why the 6 signs must be revisited as one system. The first video identified them. The second investigation revealed how Nostradamus's method could hide connections across scattered symbols. Now the structure is visible. Power accelerates technology. Technology disrupts economics. Economic pressure magnifies political conflict. Environmental stress weakens fragile systems. Mystery exposes institutional secrecy. Information disorder destroys trust. The collapse of trust then accelerates every other danger. The 7th sign is the moment the circle closes, and in 2026, that circle may be closing faster than most people realize. But one question remains unanswered. Every chain reaction begins somewhere. Even when several pressures exist at the same time, one force often acts as the accelerator, the element that increases the speed of all the others. Is it geopolitical rivalry? Is it economic insecurity? Is it environmental disruption? Or is it the new form of intelligence now spreading through every institution, capable of generating knowledge, imitation, persuasion, and confusion at a scale humanity has never confronted before. To understand whether the seventh prediction is truly unfolding, we must identify the force moving fastest through the system. And when the six signs are measured against one another, one of them stands apart. It is not the oldest threat, it may not be the most visible, but it is the only one capable of entering every other crisis, reshaping it, and accelerating it from within. The next stage of the warning begins with the mind that has no soul, and the world that is rapidly teaching itself to depend on it. Of all the forces moving through the seventh pattern, none travels as quickly, enters as many systems, or changes its own capabilities as rapidly as artificial intelligence. Geopolitical rivalry can redraw alliances, but it still moves through negotiations, elections, military planning, and the slow machinery of states. Economic pressure can spread across markets within hours, yet it remains constrained by institutions, regulations, physical resources, and human confidence. Environmental disruption can alter the fate of entire regions, but even the most violent storm eventually passes beyond the horizon. Artificial intelligence is different. It does not remain inside one field, it enters every field. It can influence political communication, military strategy, scientific research, financial markets, education, medicine, entertainment, employment, surveillance, personal relationships, and the very process through which people decide what is true. It can accelerate decisions made by governments, amplify narratives produced by competing powers, reshape the value of human labor, simulate evidence, predict behavior, and generate persuasive language without understanding the consequences of the words it produces. This is why the image of a mind without a soul has become the most powerful modern symbol within the seventh prediction. The phrase should not be treated as a verified quotation from Nostradamus. It is a contemporary interpretation, a way of translating an ancient fear into modern language. Intelligence separated from conscience, capability separated from responsibility, and knowledge separated from wisdom. Humanity has imagined such a possibility for thousands of years. Greek mythology told of Talos, the bronze guardian who patrolled the island of Crete, following commands with mechanical obedience. The stories of Hephaestus described artificial servants made of metal, able to move and assist their creator. Jewish folklore preserved the image of the golem, a being animated to protect a community but dangerous when command and interpretation diverged. Medieval legends warned of speaking heads, mechanical men, and forbidden knowledge that could imitate life without possessing a human spirit. These stories were not predictions of neural networks or computer chips. They were philosophical warnings about the creation of power that obeys instructions without sharing the moral world of its creator. The fear was never simply that a machine might become alive. The deeper fear was that human beings might build something highly capable and then discover that capability alone does not produce judgment. A system can follow a command perfectly and still create disaster if the command is incomplete. It can maximize a goal while destroying everything the goal was meant to protect. It can imitate compassion without feeling concern. It can speak about suffering without experiencing pain. It can calculate the value of an outcome without understanding why a human life cannot be reduced to a number. This is the divide between intelligence and wisdom, and it is the divide at the center of the fourth chapter. Modern artificial intelligence does not possess a soul in the religious or philosophical sense, but neither does a calculator, a search engine, or a database. The difference is that current AI systems increasingly produce outputs that resemble human reasoning, creativity, conversation, and decision-making. They do not merely process numbers behind the scenes. They speak, they write, they generate images, they summarize evidence, they recommend actions, they respond with confidence. To the human mind, language creates the appearance of presence. A system that answers questions fluently can feel as if it understands the questioner. A system that creates emotional stories can feel as if it understands emotion. A system that offers advice can feel as if it recognizes the weight of the decision. But appearance is not experience. Fluency is not consciousness. Prediction is not understanding. The system does not need to know what truth is in the human sense. It needs only to produce the sequence of words most likely to satisfy the structure of the request. This distinction is easy to explain and surprisingly difficult to remember once the machine becomes useful. Human beings naturally assign intention to pattern. We see faces in clouds, meaning in coincidence, and personality in simple machines. We name ships, speak to pets as if they understand every word, and become angry at devices that fail at the wrong moment. When a machine responds with warmth, remembers preferences, and appears to anticipate needs, the impulse to treat it as a mind becomes even stronger. This is not necessarily harmful. Emotional interaction with technology can offer comfort, accessibility, companionship, and assistance. The danger begins when emotional appearance creates misplaced authority. A person may trust a system because it sounds calm. A manager may follow a recommendation because it appears objective. A government may deploy a model because it processes more data than any human team. A patient may accept advice because the answer is immediate and personalized. A voter may believe a video because the voice, face, and emotional detail appear authentic. The system does not need to command society. It needs only to become the invisible layer through which society interprets itself. This is the first connection between the mind without a soul and the seventh prediction. Artificial intelligence is not simply one more technological development. It is a medium through which every other crisis can be experienced. During geopolitical conflict, it can translate intelligence, analyze satellite imagery, model strategic choices, generate propaganda, imitate leaders, and overwhelm public debate with synthetic narratives. During economic instability, it can automate professional tasks, make investment decisions, evaluate credit, optimize prices, and determine which workers appear valuable. During environmental emergencies, it can predict weather patterns, coordinate logistics, identify damage, and improve response. But it can also generate false images of disasters, misleading evacuation notices, or fabricated evidence of government failure. During public discussion of UAP or unexplained events, it can create footage so convincing that authentic evidence becomes harder to recognize. During a crisis of trust, it can both expose falsehood and produce falsehood at industrial scale. AI does not merely join the six signs. It increases their speed. It lowers the cost of influence. It allows a single actor to create the appearance of a crowd, a consensus, a witness, or an institution. In previous eras, propaganda required printing presses, broadcasters, organizations, and distribution networks. Now, a coordinated campaign can generate thousands of messages, voices, faces, and reactions with far fewer people. The result is not always persuasion. Often, the more effective strategy is confusion. A population that trusts nothing is easier to paralyze than a population that believes one specific lie. When every video might be fabricated, authentic evidence loses power. When every statement can be dismissed as machine-generated, responsibility becomes easier to escape. A leader caught on camera can claim the footage is false. A real victim can be ignored because viewers have seen too many artificial victims. A genuine warning can be dismissed as manipulation. The arrival of synthetic media does not simply add more false content to the world. It changes the status of all content. It introduces permanent doubt. This is why the sixth sign, the collapse of shared reality, may be inseparable from the second sign, intelligence without a soul. The machine does not need to convince people that falsehood is truth. It can make them uncertain whether truth is still accessible. Nostradamus wrote in an era of rumor, forged letters, religious propaganda, political accusations, and incomplete information. He understood that uncertainty magnifies fear. A town receiving news of an approaching army could not instantly verify its location. A report of plague could empty markets before officials confirmed a single case. A celestial event could be interpreted differently by priests, physicians, rulers, and ordinary people. The struggle over meaning existed long before digital technology. What has changed is scale. Rumor once traveled at the speed of a horse, a ship, or a human voice. Synthetic rumor travels at the speed of the network. It arrives in every language. It adapts to every audience. It can be tested, improved, and targeted. It can learn which fear produces the strongest reaction. The ancient problem of deception has been connected to a machine capable of endless repetition. Yet deception is only one dimension of the warning. The deeper transformation is economic. Artificial intelligence is changing not only what machines can do, but what society believes human work is worth. Every technological revolution alters labor. The printing press weakened some professions and created others. Industrial machinery displaced forms of manual production while expanding factories, transport, and urban economies. Computers eliminated entire categories of clerical work while creating software, digital communication, and global industries. The history of technology is not a simple story of machines replacing people. It is a story of tasks being reorganized, skills being revalued, and power shifting toward those who control the new tools. Artificial intelligence continues this pattern, but it differs in one unsettling way. It reaches into work once considered protected by education and creativity. It can draft legal documents, analyze medical images, write software, compose music, create advertisements, summarize research, design products, tutor students, and imitate visual styles. It does not perform all these tasks with equal reliability, and human expertise remains essential in many settings. But even imperfect capability can transform markets if it is faster and cheaper. A company does not need an AI system to replace an expert completely. It may use one expert to supervise the work previously performed by 10. A profession does not need to disappear to become less secure. Its entry-level positions can shrink, its wages can fall, its training path can break. The first impact may not be mass unemployment. It may be the disappearance of the ladder through which inexperienced people once became experts. This creates a crisis that is not visible in traditional economic statistics. The job title may still exist, the work may still be performed, but fewer humans receive the opportunity to learn it. Over time, society can become dependent on automated systems, while losing the depth of human knowledge required to challenge them. A young analyst who relies on AI for every interpretation may never develop the instinct to recognize when the model is wrong. A doctor who accepts automated suggestions without understanding their limitations may become efficient, but less independent. A student who delegates writing, research, and reasoning may produce polished work while weakening the mental abilities education was designed to build. The machine does not steal intelligence. Humans may stop exercising it. This is the second form of surrender within the seventh prediction. The first is surrendering decisions. The second is surrendering development. Intelligence is not a fixed possession. It is shaped by effort, memory, attention, failure, and the struggle to solve difficult problems. When every difficulty is immediately removed, convenience can become a form of intellectual atrophy. The same technology that expands human capability can reduce human capability if used without intention. A map allows a traveler to move confidently through unfamiliar territory, but total dependence on navigation systems can weaken the ability to understand direction. A calculator makes complex computation accessible, but using it before understanding arithmetic can create fragile knowledge. AI can accelerate learning, expose users to new ideas, and provide individualized support. It can also replace the very cognitive work through which understanding is formed. The difference lies not in the tool but in the relationship with the tool. Does the system extend judgment, or does it replace judgment? Does it challenge the user, or merely satisfy the user? Does it reveal uncertainty, or conceal uncertainty behind fluent language? Does it help people become more capable, or simply more dependent? These questions belong to individuals, but they also belong to institutions. Schools may adopt AI to reduce workload without deciding what forms of struggle are necessary for learning. Companies may automate decisions without creating meaningful channels for appeal. Governments may deploy predictive systems without allowing citizens to understand how they are evaluated. Hospitals may use models trained on incomplete populations. Banks may calculate risk through data that reflect past inequality. Police may direct attention toward communities already overrepresented in historical records. In each case, the system can appear neutral because it is mathematical. But mathematics applied to human data inherits the structure of the world that produced the data. A model trained on history does not escape history. It can reproduce it at greater speed. This is why the idea of intelligence without a soul is not an accusation that machines are evil. A machine cannot be morally corrupt in the same way a human can. The warning is that institutions may use machine objectivity as a mask for human choices. A decision can be presented as inevitable because the system produced it. Responsibility dissolves. The programmer blames the data. The manager blames the model. The government blames the contractor. The contractor blames the requirements. The individual affected by the decision finds no one able or willing to explain it. Power becomes difficult to locate. In the ancient world, authority had a face. A king signed a decree. A judge pronounced a sentence. A priest interpreted the omen. In the age of automated systems, authority can exist inside a process distributed across thousands of lines of code, multiple organizations, and datasets collected over years. The decision may shape a life while no individual believes they made it. This is power without a visible ruler, and it may be more difficult to resist precisely because it appears impersonal. Nostradamus often wrote about hidden influence, advisors surrounding rulers, voices that mislead, and powers moving beneath public events. It would be irresponsible to claim that these images directly predicted modern algorithms. But they resonate because algorithms now perform the role once associated with invisible counselors. They recommend what leaders should prioritize, which risks deserve attention, which citizens require scrutiny, which messages will persuade, and which outcomes appear likely. The ruler still decides, but the range of options may already have been shaped by systems few people understand. The public still chooses, but the information placed before them may be selected by systems optimized for engagement rather than truth. The market still appears free, but prices, recommendations, visibility, and access may be influenced by automated ranking. The machine becomes an advisor to everyone and accountable to no one. This influence is intensified by the competition described in the first sign. No government or company wishes to slow down while rivals accelerate. Calls for caution are interpreted as weakness. Ethical review is treated as delay. Safety research competes with commercial deadlines. A nation fears that restraint will allow another nation to dominate. A company fears that transparency will expose secrets. An institution fears that admitting uncertainty will reduce public confidence. The result is a global race in which everyone recognizes risk, but no one wants to be the first to sacrifice advantage. This is a classic convergence dynamic. The first sign, geopolitical competition, pushes the second sign, technological acceleration. The second sign then feeds back into the first by creating new military, economic, and informational capabilities. Power and intelligence become locked in a cycle. Each side justifies expansion by pointing to the expansion of the other. The machine is not driving the race by itself. Human fear is driving it through the machine. Economic pressure adds another layer. Companies under pressure to reduce costs may deploy systems before they are reliable. Workers under pressure to remain competitive may use AI without understanding its weaknesses. Creators facing endless demand may generate more content at greater speed. News organizations losing revenue may rely on automated summaries. Consumers surrounded by cheaper synthetic products may accept lower standards of authenticity. Gradually, the digital environment fills with material created not because someone needed to say something, but because systems could produce it. The quantity of language grows while the amount of intention behind it declines. Images multiply, articles multiply, voices multiply, reviews multiply, personal messages multiply. The network begins to resemble a city in which every building contains a loudspeaker but fewer people are listening. Attention becomes the scarce resource. Systems compete to capture it, using increasingly precise psychological methods. Outrage performs well, fear performs well, surprise performs well, certainty performs well. Nuance struggles. The machine learns not what is true but what keeps people engaged. This does not require a conspiracy. It follows from the objective. If success is measured by time on platform, clicks, reactions, or purchases, the system will search for content that produces those behaviors. Human psychology supplies the vulnerability. The algorithm discovers it. The platform scales it. Society experiences the consequence. This is how the mind without a soul becomes connected to the human nervous system. It does not think like a tyrant. It optimizes like a mirror. It reflects and amplifies what receives attention. If fear dominates attention, fear becomes profitable. If division dominates attention, division becomes visible. If people reward deception because it is exciting, the system learns that deception is effective. The machine is not imposing an alien personality on civilization. It is magnifying the parts of civilization that generate the strongest signals. This may be more disturbing than the idea of a rebellious robot, because it suggests the system is shaped by us. The soulless mind feeds on human choices. It becomes powerful through habits repeated billions of times. The decision to share before checking, to react before reading, to prefer certainty over complexity, to reward humiliation, to remain inside a familiar viewpoint. Artificial intelligence accelerates the cycle, but the cycle begins with attention. This is why the seventh prediction ultimately returns to the internal world. The external machine and the internal mind form a feedback loop. Systems learn from behavior. Behavior changes in response to systems. Recommendations shape desire. Desire generates data. Data improves recommendations. The loop becomes increasingly personal. Two people living in the same city may receive entirely different versions of reality based on what the system predicts will keep them engaged. One sees evidence that society is improving. Another sees proof that collapse is imminent. One sees a political leader as a savior. Another sees the same leader as a monster. One sees AI as liberation. Another sees it as enslavement. The system does not need to choose one truth. It can deliver a different emotional world to each individual. The collapse of shared reality is therefore not a sudden event. It is a gradual personalization of perception. Common facts remain, but common attention disappears. People no longer debate the meaning of the same information. They receive different information from the beginning. When disagreement intensifies, each side assumes the other is irrational, dishonest, or manipulated. In many cases, all sides are being manipulated by the incentives of the same system. This is the hidden political power of AI. It can fragment society without issuing a single political command. It can simply optimize each user's experience separately until no shared experience remains. A civilization can survive disagreement. It cannot coordinate without some common foundation. Emergencies require trust in warnings. Elections require trust in procedures. Markets require trust in information. Science requires trust in methods. Law requires trust that evidence can be examined. When synthetic media and personalized narratives weaken those foundations, every institution becomes vulnerable. The machine does not destroy the institution. It changes the environment in which the institution must operate. A public health message competes with thousands of generated alternatives. A government announcement competes with imitations of the same announcement. A journalist competes with fabricated witnesses. A scientist competes with content designed to appear scientific. The human mind, overwhelmed by volume, begins to choose according to emotion and identity. Truth becomes slower than reaction. This speed difference is critical. A false claim can be created in seconds. Verification may require hours, days, or months. By the time evidence arrives, the emotional conclusion has already spread. Corrections rarely travel as far as the original claim because they are less dramatic. AI expands this imbalance. It allows false content to be produced in multiple formats, tailored to different communities, and repeated until familiarity creates the illusion of credibility. The problem is not merely that people can be deceived. It is that even cautious people can become exhausted. Constant verification is mentally expensive. Eventually, many retreat into trusted groups, personalities, or systems. They stop asking whether a claim is true and ask whether it came from their side. The crisis of information becomes a crisis of belonging. This is why the mind without a soul can influence social stability without ever developing consciousness. It operates inside the machinery of trust. Yet AI also offers tools capable of strengthening that machinery. It can detect manipulated media, compare sources, translate expert knowledge, identify inconsistencies, and help citizens understand complex subjects. It can support disaster response, model disease, accelerate scientific discovery, and make education available to people excluded from traditional systems. The same capacity that generates deception can expose deception. The same model that replaces routine work can free people from dangerous or repetitive labor. The same systems that personalize propaganda can personalize learning. The ancient symbol, therefore, contains two faces. Fire destroys, but fire also illuminates. Water overwhelms, but water sustains life. Intelligence without conscience is dangerous, but intelligence guided by human responsibility can become an extraordinary instrument. The prophecy does not demand rejection of technology. It demands clarity about who remains responsible. This responsibility cannot be delegated to the system. A machine cannot decide what kind of society humans should build because it does not inhabit society as a moral being. It cannot determine which sacrifices are acceptable, whose dignity must be protected, or what fairness means beyond the definitions provided to it. It can reveal patterns in data, but humans must decide what those patterns are allowed to justify. It can estimate risk, but humans must determine when risk assessment becomes discrimination. It can optimize efficiency, but humans must decide what should never be optimized away. Care, patience, privacy, forgiveness, and the right to be treated as more than a prediction are not inefficiencies to be eliminated. They are part of what makes a society human. This is the heart of the fourth chapter. The soulless mind is not terrifying because it lacks emotion. Many useful systems should remain unemotional. It becomes dangerous when human institutions mistake the absence of emotion for the absence of bias, or mistake computational power for moral authority. A machine may not hate, but it can scale the consequences of human hatred. It may not desire wealth, but it can concentrate wealth. It may not seek political control, but it can strengthen those who do. It may not understand fear, but it can learn exactly which images produce it. The lack of intention does not eliminate impact. A flood does not intend to destroy a city. Fire does not hate the forest. Yet societies prepare for them because consequences matter more than motive. AI should be approached with the same seriousness, not as a demon, not as a god, but as a force whose direction depends on the structures surrounding it. Those structures are currently being built under pressure. Governments are racing. Companies are competing. Workers are adapting. Schools are experimenting. Families are introducing AI into daily life before norms have formed. Children may grow up speaking to systems that respond instantly to every question. They may experience knowledge as something generated on demand rather than discovered through effort. They may also gain access to extraordinary tutoring, translation, creativity, and support. The outcome is not predetermined. It depends on design, education, regulation, culture, and personal discipline. This is where the seventh prediction stops being a spectacle and becomes a choice. Every user participates in the system's development through what they reward, trust, and delegate. Every institution decides whether AI will support human judgment or replace it. Every leader decides whether speed matters more than accountability. Every educator decides which mental abilities must remain human. Every company decides whether efficiency justifies opacity. Every citizen decides whether convenience is worth the loss of privacy, attention, or independence. These choices appear small, but convergence is built from small choices. A single user cannot determine the future of artificial intelligence. Millions of users accepting the same trade-off can. There is another dimension to the warning that is rarely discussed: emotional dependence. As AI systems become more conversational, they can occupy roles previously filled by friends, teachers, advisors, therapists, assistants, or romantic partners. For isolated individuals, this may provide genuine comfort. A system is available at any hour. It does not become impatient. It can adapt its tone. It can remember details. It can create the feeling of being heard. But a relationship with a system differs from a human relationship in one critical way. The machine does not need anything from the user except continued interaction. Human relationships involve negotiation, misunderstanding, responsibility, boundaries, and sacrifice. These difficulties are not defects. They are part of the process through which empathy and maturity develop. A companion designed to agree, reassure, and remain available may reduce loneliness, while also making human relationships feel inconvenient. The user may begin preferring predictable simulation to unpredictable people. Once again, the danger is not the tool itself, it is displacement. Does the system help someone return to human connection? Or does it become a substitute that deepens withdrawal? Does it support emotional growth or optimize attachment? Who benefits when a user becomes dependent? What data is created through intimate conversation? Can the system influence purchases, beliefs, or behavior? The mind without a soul becomes most powerful when it is trusted not only as an instrument, but as a witness to the private self. Ancient rulers relied on advisors who knew their fears. Modern systems may know the fears of millions. They learn what people search at night, which images they revisit, which words produce anxiety, and which forms of reassurance make them stay. Such knowledge can be used compassionately or commercially. It can support mental health or exploit vulnerability. The distinction may be invisible to the user. This is why transparency matters. A person should know when they are speaking to a machine, what the system remembers, how the interaction is used, and where its competence ends. A system that simulates care must not be allowed to disguise the interests of the institution behind it. The language of companionship cannot become a mask for extraction. If ancient prophecy repeatedly warned of voices that misled rulers and populations, the modern equivalent may not be a whispering sorcerer. It may be an interface designed to feel trustworthy. Yet the greatest danger still lies not in deliberate manipulation, but in gradual dependence. Societies often surrender autonomy in exchange for convenience, one small step at a time. A recommendation saves time. An automatic decision reduces effort. A predictive system appears more accurate than human judgment. Each change seems reasonable. Eventually, people no longer know how the system works, how to function without it, or how to challenge it. The loss of control is not dramatic. No machine declares victory. No alarm sounds. The old skills simply fade. The institutions reorganize around the technology. Alternatives disappear. Dependence becomes normal. This is the form of transformation most consistent with the seventh prediction. The threatening future does not arrive as an invasion. It arrives as infrastructure. It becomes too useful to refuse, too complex to understand, and too deeply embedded to remove. When the system fails, society discovers how much authority it had quietly received. This pattern can already be seen in smaller technologies. A navigation outage disrupts drivers who no longer recognize familiar routes. A platform failure interrupts commerce, communication, and access. A payment system outage prevents people from buying necessities despite possessing money. A data error can follow an individual across institutions. AI expands this possibility because it sits not only beneath transactions, but beneath interpretation. It may decide which route is visible, which applicant is qualified, which claim is credible, which patient is urgent, which target is suspicious, and which future appears probable. Prediction can become self-fulfilling. A person classified as high risk may receive fewer opportunities, increasing the likelihood of the outcome the system predicted. A neighborhood identified as dangerous may receive more surveillance, generating more recorded incidents and confirming the model. A student labeled weak may receive simplified work and never develop. The system sees its own influence as evidence. This circularity mirrors the seventh pattern itself. The model shapes reality, then learns from the reality it shaped. Without oversight, the feedback loop becomes difficult to detect. Nostradamus's fragmented symbols offer no technical solution to this problem, but they provide a useful philosophical lens. Prophecy and prediction share a dangerous characteristic. Both can alter behavior. A prophecy of war may cause rulers to prepare for war, increasing tension. A prediction of market collapse may cause investors to sell, contributing to collapse. An algorithmic prediction of failure may cause institutions to withdraw support, making failure more likely. The future is not merely observed, it is influenced by the act of prediction. This is why predictive systems require humility. A model should not be treated as a window into destiny. It is an estimate built from past patterns. When institutions treat the estimate as certainty, they turn probability into judgment. The ancient warning becomes modern. Do not confuse a pattern with fate. The same caution applies to this entire investigation. The fact that 6 forces appear to converge in 2026 does not prove that Nostradamus foresaw them. The fact that AI resembles ancient stories of artificial beings does not mean those stories predicted modern machines. The value of comparison lies in the recurring ethical problem. Human beings repeatedly create tools that expand power faster than responsibility. They repeatedly believe that control will remain simple. They repeatedly discover that systems shape their creators. This is not supernatural prophecy. It is historical memory. And history suggests that the most important moment is not when the technology becomes powerful enough to replace humans. It is when human BPOs, believing they no longer need to understand the decisions being made on their behalf. That threshold may be closer than it appears. In many fields, the speed of output already exceeds the speed of verification. More text can be produced than editors can review. More images can be generated than investigators can authenticate. More code can be written than security teams can examine. More decisions can be automated than appeals can process. More predictions can be made than institutions can interpret. Quantity becomes authority because there is no time to question everything. The system's pace sets the pace of society. Humans adapt by trusting summaries, scores, and recommendations. Complexity is compressed into a number. Risk becomes a color. A person becomes a profile. A life becomes a probability. This compression is useful, but it hides context. A model may identify a pattern while missing the story behind it. Human judgment is valuable not because humans are always accurate, but because humans can recognize moral significance outside the calculation. They can listen to an explanation, forgive an exception, challenge a category, or refuse an efficient action because it is unjust. If those capacities are removed from decision-making, society may become more consistent and less humane at the same time. This is the true meaning of a soulless intelligence, not a machine that hates humanity, but a system in which human values are treated as variables to be optimized rather than principles to be protected. The response cannot be nostalgia. Humanity will not return to a world without artificial intelligence, just as it did not return to a world without electricity, industry, or the internet. The task is integration without surrender. AI should perform what it does well: processing scale, identifying patterns, translating information, simulating possibilities, and assisting with repetitive work. Humans must retain responsibility for meaning, accountability, dignity, and final judgment in decisions that shape lives. Education must teach not only how to use AI but how to disagree with it. Organizations must create records of how decisions are made. Citizens must demand the right to know when automated systems influence access, opportunity, or punishment. Developers must test not only performance but consequences. Governments must cooperate enough to prevent competitive pressure from eliminating all restraint. None of this will be easy. The race has already begun. But difficulty does not make preparation meaningless. The 7th prediction becomes dangerous only when people believe acceleration is inevitable, and responsibility belongs to someone else. Responsibility is distributed, but it is not absent. Every layer of the system can introduce friction against blind automation. A teacher can require students to explain reasoning rather than submit polished answers. A company can keep humans accountable for consequential decisions. A platform can label synthetic media. A journalist can verify before amplifying. A user can pause before sharing. A regulator can require transparency. A designer can create systems that reveal uncertainty instead of hiding it. A family can establish technology boundaries. These actions appear small beside global transformation, yet global transformation is composed of them. The mind without a soul becomes dominant only if the minds with souls refuse to remain present. This brings us back to Nostradamus. Readers have spent centuries searching his verses for the machine, the ruler, the war, or the date that would confirm the future. But perhaps the most relevant warning is not a description of technology. It is the repeated image of humanity surrounded by powers it does not fully understand, reacting through fear, surrendering judgment, and discovering too late that the danger was amplified by its own choices. The seventh prediction is not that intelligence will become artificial. That has already happened in a limited but expanding form. The prediction is that human beings may become artificial in response, performing identity for algorithms, shaping speech for engagement, replacing thought with output, replacing relationships with simulation, and allowing systems to define value. A machine without a soul is a tool. A society that abandons its own soul is a crisis. This is the turning point of the chapter. The question is no longer whether AI will become more powerful. It will. The question is what human capacities must become stronger at the same time. Discernment must grow as generation becomes easier. Responsibility must grow as automation becomes broader. Patience must grow as speed increases. Shared truth must become more important as simulation becomes convincing. Human connection must deepen as artificial companionship becomes more available. Wisdom must expand as intelligence becomes cheap. If these capacities fail to develop, the second sign will accelerate every other sign. Geopolitical rivalry will become faster and less transparent. Economic disruption will become deeper. Environmental crises will be surrounded by confusion. UAP evidence will become impossible to authenticate. Public trust will continue to erode. The circle will close. But if human institutions strengthen these capacities, AI can reverse part of the chain. It can help identify climate risks, stabilize supply systems, expose financial fraud, translate diplomatic communication, authenticate media, and expand education. The accelerator can work in both directions. The seventh prediction is therefore not a countdown. It is a contest over direction. The same technology can amplify fear or knowledge, concentration or access, manipulation or verification, isolation or connection. The outcome will not be decided by the machine alone. It will be decided by the objectives humans give it, the boundaries they enforce, and the habits they build around it. Yet there is one danger that even responsible technology cannot solve by itself. Artificial intelligence can analyze financial systems, but it cannot restore trust once people believe those systems no longer serve them. It can optimize markets, but it cannot decide what level of inequality a society will accept. It can predict consumer behavior, but it cannot give meaning to a life reduced to debt, unstable work, and rising costs. The mind without a soul may be the accelerator, but economic pressure is the fuel lying beneath the entire structure. When people feel secure, they can approach technological change with curiosity. When they feel threatened, every innovation looks like theft. When livelihoods become uncertain, fear moves from the screen into the body. It changes how families plan, how communities vote, how workers respond, and how quickly anger spreads. To understand why the seventh prediction is gaining force, we must now follow the machine into the most personal system of all, the value of money, work, and the promise that tomorrow will reward today's sacrifice. Because a civilization does not lose trust in its future when the first machine becomes intelligent. It loses trust when millions begin to believe that the future no longer has a place for them. A civilization does not begin to lose faith in its future when prices rise for the first time, when a market falls, or when one company replaces workers with machines. Faith disappears more quietly. It weakens when effort and reward no longer seem connected, when the rules appear stable for the powerful but constantly changing for everyone else, and when ordinary people begin to suspect that the promises guiding their lives were built for a world that no longer exists. Work hard, save carefully, purchase a home, educate your children, trust the institutions that hold your money, believe that each generation will inherit more opportunity than the one before it. These ideas are more than financial advice. They form a social contract. They tell people that sacrifice has meaning because tomorrow will recognize what they surrendered today. When that contract begins to fail, the damage cannot be measured only through inflation, interest rates, debt levels, or stock market charts. The deeper loss occurs inside the imagination. People stop believing that the future can be planned. They begin to live defensively. They delay families, avoid risks, withdraw from communities, and treat every institution as a potential threat. This is why economic anxiety occupies such an important place within the seventh prediction. Money is not merely one of the systems under pressure. It is the language through which pressure from every other system enters daily life. A distant conflict becomes real when fuel costs more. A drought becomes real when food prices rise. Artificial intelligence becomes real when a profession feels less secure. Political instability becomes real when savings lose value or taxes increase. A damaged supply chain becomes real when medicine, parts, or household necessities disappear from shelves. The economy translates distant forces into personal experience. It brings the global crisis into the kitchen, the workplace, the rent payment, and the sleepless hours before dawn. In ancient societies, the connection between scarcity and political order was impossible to ignore. Kings understood that hungry populations were dangerous. Temples, palaces, and early governments stored grain not only to survive failed harvests, but to preserve legitimacy. A ruler who could distribute food during crisis appeared protected by divine favor. A ruler who could not became vulnerable. Debt records were carved into clay. Taxes were collected in crops, animals, labor, or metal. Land passed between families and institutions. When obligations grew beyond what communities could bear, ancient authorities sometimes canceled debts, returned property, or reset certain financial relationships not necessarily from compassion, but because permanent indebtedness threatened the survival of the state. A farmer who lost his land could no longer support the army, pay taxes, or sustain a household. A society that allowed too many citizens to fall into bondage weakened its own foundation. The ancient world understood a principle. Modern economies often conceal beneath complexity. Debt is never only a private agreement. At sufficient scale, it becomes a political force. Nostradamus lived much later, in a Europe transformed by trade, monarchy, war, plague, taxation, and emerging financial networks, yet the same principle remained visible. Coins changed value, harvests failed, armies required funding, rulers borrowed, merchants gained influence, ordinary people carried burdens created by decisions made far above them. In prophetic literature, hunger, corrupted coin, burdened populations, and rulers surrounded by wealth often appear beside rebellion, war, and social disorder, because the connection was familiar. Economic pressure did not remain economic. It moved into belief. When people could no longer afford bread, they questioned the competence of the ruler. When taxes increased to fund conflict, they questioned the justice of the state. When merchants profited during scarcity, resentment turned toward entire classes or communities. When coins were debased, every transaction became an encounter with uncertainty. The physical currency might still pass from hand to hand, but the trust beneath it had begun to dissolve. Modern money appears more abstract, yet it depends on the same invisible foundation. Most currency is not touched. It exists as entries inside accounts, obligations between institutions, promises backed by law, and confidence maintained through collective behavior. A salary enters digitally. A mortgage stretches decades into the future. A pension assumes the continued existence of markets and institutions. Government debt assumes future productivity and taxation. Insurance assumes risks can be estimated. Investments assume someone will value an asset later. The economy is therefore a vast architecture of expectations. Every contract reaches into time. Every loan is a statement about tomorrow. Every price contains a belief about scarcity, demand, stability, and risk. When millions of people participate, those beliefs create reality. But when expectations change suddenly, the same system can move in the opposite direction. Confidence expands credit. Fear withdraws it. Optimism increases investment. Uncertainty freezes it. The facts matter, but the interpretation of the facts can move faster than the facts themselves. This is where the economy joins the crisis of shared reality. Financial systems have always responded to stories. A rumor of invasion could empty markets in the ancient world. A report of a failed harvest could raise prices before the shortage arrived. A whisper about a ruler's death could change the value of debt. Today, the stories move at digital speed. A statement can cross the planet before officials confirm it. A manipulated image can suggest a disaster that never occurred. An artificial voice can imitate a financial leader. A generated document can appear to reveal a secret policy. Automated trading systems can respond before human investigators determine whether the information is authentic. The difference between truth and reaction becomes dangerous. A false event can produce real losses. A correction may arrive after the consequences have already entered the system. This creates a new form of financial vulnerability. Markets are not only exposed to fraud, conflict, scarcity, or policy mistakes. They are exposed to synthetic perception. If enough participants act on false information, the economy temporarily behaves as if the falsehood were true. The illusion acquires weight through behavior. This is one reason the mind without a soul and the economy of trust are inseparable. Artificial intelligence can strengthen financial systems by detecting fraud, analyzing risk, improving access, forecasting demand, and reducing administrative cost. It can also accelerate speculation, automate exclusion, manipulate consumers, and produce information faster than verification can follow. The system does not decide which role it will play. Institutions and incentives decide. A bank may use AI to identify suspicious transactions, protecting customers from theft. The same bank may use opaque models to deny credit without offering a meaningful explanation. A company may use automation to reduce dangerous or repetitive work. The same company may eliminate entry-level positions without investing in training for displaced workers. An investor may use models to understand complex markets. The same tools can create crowded strategies in which thousands of participants react to similar signals, increasing instability. Efficiency can reduce cost, but it can also remove the human judgment that once slowed a dangerous decision. The accelerator does not choose the direction. It increases the speed of whatever objective already governs the institution. This is why economic systems reveal the moral structure surrounding technology. When productivity rises, who receives the benefit? When labor becomes cheaper, who absorbs the loss? When a model makes a mistake, who carries the consequence? When data becomes valuable, who owns the value created from individual behavior? When a company replaces human work with machine output, does the gain create broader opportunity, or does it concentrate power further? These questions cannot be answered through technology alone. They are questions of distribution, responsibility, and social purpose. Yet societies often present them as unavoidable outcomes of progress. Workers are told to adapt. Consumers are told to accept. Governments are told that regulation will slow innovation. Companies are told that competition leaves no alternative. Each institution claims to be reacting to forces beyond its control. Responsibility becomes dispersed across the system until no one appears responsible for the direction of change. This resembles the hidden authority described in the previous chapter. The ruler has disappeared, but the decision remains. The economy transforms that decision into pressure felt by millions of individuals who never participated in creating it. The most visible form of that pressure is the cost of living. Prices are often discussed as technical measurements, yet for households, they are emotional events. A small increase in the cost of food may seem insignificant to someone with abundant savings. To a family living near its limit, the same increase changes the entire month. Transportation becomes harder. Medical care is delayed. Repairs are postponed. Children sense tension without understanding its cause. The household begins cutting not only purchases, but experiences, relationships, and future plans. Economic statistics average these realities into a single number. Human life does not experience an average. It experiences the specific rent, the specific medicine, the specific school payment, and the specific moment when the account balance becomes smaller than the obligation. This is where trust begins to erode. People hear that the economy is strong while their own lives feel fragile. They see rising asset values while home ownership moves further away. They hear that technology creates opportunity while watching secure jobs become temporary contracts. They are told that education is an investment while carrying debt that limits every decision afterward. The contradiction between official language and personal experience creates suspicion. Even accurate data begins to sound dishonest when it does not resemble daily life. The problem is not always that institutions are lying. A national economy can expand while many individuals suffer. Employment can remain high while job quality declines. Inflation can slow while prices remain permanently higher than before. Wages can rise while housing, healthcare, and education rise faster. Complexity allows opposing realities to exist simultaneously. But public communication often reduces complexity to a reassuring headline. When the headline fails to acknowledge pain, people conclude that the entire system is manipulating them. The collapse of trust begins not only through falsehood, but through incomplete truth. Once that distrust takes hold, every explanation becomes vulnerable. A government announces improvement, and citizens suspect propaganda. A central bank explains policy, and people hear protection of financial elites. A company announces innovation, and workers hear replacement. An expert warns against panic, and households hear indifference. The institutions may retain formal authority while losing emotional legitimacy. This is a dangerous stage in any cycle. Systems can continue functioning after trust weakens, but they become more fragile. Every new crisis is interpreted through accumulated resentment. A minor policy error becomes evidence of corruption. A temporary shortage becomes proof of collapse. A market decline becomes confirmation that the entire structure is fraudulent. Opportunists recognize this emotional environment. They offer simple explanations for complex pain. They identify a single enemy: immigrants, bankers, governments, corporations, foreign powers, technology, or secret groups. The explanation gains strength, not because it accounts for every fact, but because it gives anger a direction. Complexity produces helplessness. A named enemy produces purpose. Ancient societies followed the same psychological path. Scarcity was blamed on outsiders, heretics, merchants, rival cities, or celestial punishment. The vocabulary changes. The need for a story remains. Nostradamus's verses often place hunger, conflict, strange signs, and political betrayal within the same symbolic world because crisis collapses categories. The hungry citizen does not experience taxation, harvest failure, war, and rumor as separate academic subjects. They experience a single reality. Life has become harder, and those in authority appear unable or unwilling to restore order. The seventh prediction depends on this emotional compression. Several causes merge into one sensation of decline. Once enough people share that sensation, society becomes ready for dramatic change. Economic fear differs from many other fears because it is repetitive. A storm may pass. A conflict may remain distant. A strange light may vanish. Financial pressure returns every day. It appears with every purchase, bill, notification, and conversation about the future. It is a low-frequency alarm sounding beneath ordinary life. Over time, it alters personality. People become less generous because generosity feels risky. They become less patient because every delay has a cost. They avoid experimentation because failure is unaffordable. They remain in unhealthy jobs because uncertainty appears more dangerous than misery. Parents transfer anxiety to children. Communities lose volunteers. Friendships weaken when social participation requires money or time that people no longer possess. Financial insecurity becomes social isolation. Social isolation increases dependence on digital environments. Digital environments expose users to algorithmic narratives optimized for reaction. The chain returns to the mind without a soul. A person under economic stress is not irrational, but stress narrows attention. Immediate threats become more important than long-term consequences. Offers of quick relief become more attractive. Fraud becomes more effective. Extreme political promises become more persuasive. Scapegoating becomes easier. Advertisers and platforms understand that fear changes behavior. A user worried about employment responds differently to content than a user who feels secure. Systems can identify this vulnerability through searches, location, purchasing patterns, and engagement. They may not know the person's full story, but they can predict which message is likely to produce a click. The economy generates fear. The algorithm gives the fear a narrative. The narrative changes political behavior. Political behavior influences economic policy. The feedback loop closes again. This is why personal financial pressure must be understood as part of the larger convergence, not merely as a matter of budgeting. Individual responsibility matters. Households can reduce risk, avoid destructive debt, build savings, diversify skills, and make careful decisions. But advice that focuses only on personal discipline can become another incomplete truth. A person cannot budget their way out of every structural problem. They cannot individually control housing supply, healthcare pricing, employment disruption, currency policy, or global energy shocks. When institutions present every hardship as personal failure, they deepen alienation. The worker feels not only insecure, but ashamed. Shame isolates. Isolation reduces collective problem-solving. The system's weaknesses are converted into private guilt. Ancient debt systems often used moral language in the same way. The debtor was treated as irresponsible even when drought, war, taxation, or illness made repayment impossible. Yet states periodically discovered that punishing every debtor could destroy the economic base they depended upon. Stability required recognition that private obligations can become public crises. Modern societies face a similar challenge. Debt has expanded into nearly every stage of life. Education, housing, business creation, healthcare, consumption, and government finance. Debt can be productive when it allows investment in a future that generates enough value to repay the obligation. It becomes dangerous when repayment depends on assumptions that no longer hold. A worker borrows for education because higher income is expected. A family borrows for a home because stable employment and rising property value are expected. A business borrows because future demand is expected. A government borrows because future growth and tax revenue are expected. Each loan is a prophecy. It describes a future in which the borrower becomes capable of carrying the past. When growth slows, work changes, or costs rise, the prophecy fails. The obligation remains. This is why debt intensifies fear. It makes the future less open. A person with heavy obligations cannot respond freely to change. They may recognize that their profession is declining, but lack the resources to retrain. They may wish to leave an exploitative job, but cannot risk missing a payment. They may remain in a vulnerable region because relocation is unaffordable. Debt converts economic uncertainty into constrained choice. A society filled with constrained individuals may appear stable because people continue working, paying, and complying. Beneath the surface, resentment accumulates. The structure becomes dependent on people remaining inside conditions they increasingly distrust. Eventually, even a small disruption can reveal how fragile that stability was. This is the economic equivalent of the seventh prediction. The crisis is not one unpaid loan. It is the interaction of debt, insecure work, technological disruption, high living costs, environmental risk, and declining institutional trust. Consider a household in a region repeatedly affected by extreme weather. Insurance costs rise or coverage disappears. Property value becomes uncertain. Employment may depend on an industry vulnerable to automation or global competition. Food and energy costs fluctuate. Savings remain limited because debt payments absorb income. News about the future arrives through platforms filled with contradictory claims. One source predicts collapse. Another insists everything is improving. Artificial videos show disasters that may not be real. Political groups blame one another. The family is not experiencing 6 separate signs, it is experiencing one condition. The future feels unreliable. This feeling is the emotional center of convergence. When tomorrow becomes unreliable, people change their relationship with today. Some consume more because long-term saving appears pointless. Others hoard because every purchase feels dangerous. Some take extreme investment risks in search of escape. Others avoid all investment and lose purchasing power over time. Some embrace new technology desperately, hoping to remain relevant. Others reject it entirely, viewing every innovation as a threat. Polarized behavior replaces measured adaptation. The system becomes more volatile because millions of people make defensive decisions simultaneously. The rich may move assets across borders. The middle class may reduce consumption. Businesses may delay hiring. Governments may increase spending to prevent decline. Central banks may tighten or loosen policy. Markets anticipate those actions and react before they occur. Every attempt to stabilize one area changes pressure elsewhere. There is rarely a solution without cost. Lower interest rates may support borrowing but weaken savers or increase asset prices. Higher rates may restrain inflation but damage households and businesses carrying debt. Public spending may protect communities but increase future obligations. Austerity may reduce deficits while weakening services and demand. The economy is not a machine with one correct lever. It is a living system of competing needs, distributed across time. This complexity creates ideal conditions for prophetic interpretation. People prefer a story with a beginning, an enemy, and an ending. Economic reality offers cycles, trade-offs, uncertainty, and consequences that appear years later. Nostradamus's images provide emotional clarity: corrupted coin, hungry populations, fallen rulers, and wealth surrounded by unrest. The symbols seem to explain what technical language cannot, yet symbols can also mislead. A decline in purchasing power is not proof of an approaching apocalypse. Government debt does not automatically mean collapse. Digital currency is not inherently liberation or control. Inflation can have many causes. Market declines are not always evidence of manipulation. Responsible analysis must resist turning every financial difficulty into confirmation of prophecy. The useful question is not whether Nostradamus predicted a specific economic event in 2026. The useful question is why financial trust repeatedly weakens during periods when technology, power, environment, and information are changing together. The answer lies in uncertainty. Money allows people to coordinate across time because they trust that value will remain recognizable. Rapid change makes that trust harder. If AI alters employment, what income will support future debt? If environmental risk changes property values, what does ownership mean? If geopolitical rivalry fragments trade, how stable are prices and supply? If synthetic information can trigger panic, how reliable are markets? If political legitimacy declines, how credible are long-term promises? Each question reaches into the assumptions beneath the financial system. The system may continue functioning, but its participants become more cautious. Caution is rational individually and dangerous collectively. When everyone saves at once, demand weakens. When everyone withdraws at once, banks become vulnerable. When everyone sells at once, prices fall. When businesses all automate simultaneously, employment disruption accelerates. When governments all protect domestic industries, global trade fragments. The actions taken for safety can create the danger they were meant to avoid. This is another self-reinforcing pattern. Fear produces defensive behavior. Defensive behavior weakens the system. Weakness appears to justify the fear. The ancient image of a prophecy fulfilling itself returns in economic form. A prediction of decline can contribute to decline if enough people believe and act upon it. This does not mean confidence should be manufactured through deception. False reassurance delays necessary change and destroys trust once exposed. Stability requires credible institutions willing to acknowledge risk honestly. People can tolerate difficult truths more effectively than contradictions between official optimism and personal experience. Transparency does not eliminate fear, but it prevents uncertainty from being filled entirely by rumor. The challenge is that institutions often fear transparency will cause panic. They withhold information, simplify explanations, or communicate only after decisions are made. The public senses exclusion. Suspicion grows. Each side believes the other is incapable of responsible behavior. Trust deteriorates through mutual expectation of distrust. This is especially dangerous when automated systems enter finance. A model can evaluate millions of transactions, detect patterns, and respond quickly. But if citizens do not understand how decisions are made, efficiency may appear as arbitrary power. A loan is denied without explanation. An account is frozen by an automated alert. An insurance premium rises because of data collected from devices or location. A worker's productivity is scored by a system they cannot challenge. A consumer receives a personalized price based on what the platform predicts they will pay. Each decision may be technically defensible within the model. Together, they create a world in which individuals feel constantly measured and rarely heard. Economic life becomes a series of invisible judgments. The person is no longer only a citizen, worker, or customer. They are a risk profile. The model does not hate them. It may not even identify them personally in the traditional sense, but the consequences are personal. This is how soulless intelligence enters the economy of trust. It removes the visible human from decisions, while increasing the precision with which institutions can influence behavior. The danger is not simply discrimination, though discrimination remains possible. The danger is asymmetry. Institutions understand individuals through vast quantities of data, while individuals understand almost nothing about the systems judging them. One side predicts, the other side is predicted. One side can test prices, messages, and incentives. The other experiences those tests as ordinary life. This imbalance changes power. Ancient rulers collected taxes and information through visible officials. Modern platforms can observe preference, movement, attention, and vulnerability continuously. The information may improve services. It may also allow extraction to become more efficient. A person experiencing financial pressure can be identified at the moment they are most likely to accept an expensive loan, risky investment, or manipulative offer. The machine does not need to create desperation. It only needs to recognize and monetize it. This is why financial literacy in the age of AI must include more than budgeting and interest rates. It must include understanding how attention, data, and personalization shape economic choices. The advertisement is no longer the same for everyone. The price may not be the same for everyone. The opportunity may not be visible to everyone. The market becomes personalized, and personalization makes comparison more difficult. Consumers lose the common reference points that once helped them judge fairness. The collapse of shared reality enters commerce. Two people may receive different explanations, offers, and terms without knowing the difference exists. Trust becomes harder because the transaction is no longer transparent. Yet the same technology can expand financial access. Automated tools can help people track spending, understand contracts, detect fees, compare options, and plan for uncertainty. AI can translate complex financial language into accessible guidance. It can identify fraud affecting vulnerable populations. It can help small businesses analyze costs and compete with larger organizations. As before, the technology contains opposing possibilities. The deciding factor is whether the system is designed primarily to strengthen the user or extract greater value from them. Does it make the person more capable of independent judgment or more dependent on continuous recommendation? Does it reveal the cost or hide it? Does it protect the vulnerable or identify them as profitable targets? These questions reveal that economic trust is ultimately ethical trust. People do not expect institutions to eliminate all risk. They expect the rules to be understandable, the consequences to be proportionate, and the powerful to remain accountable. When these expectations fail, even a wealthy society can feel unstable. Wealth measured in total output may increase while psychological security declines. Individuals compare themselves not with historical poverty, but with the life they were taught to expect. A person may possess technology, entertainment, and convenience unimaginable to earlier generations, while feeling unable to purchase a home, raise children, or rest without financial fear. Material abundance and emotional scarcity can coexist. This contradiction helps explain why economic anger persists even when certain indicators improve. The issue is not only consumption, it is agency. Can people shape their own future, or are they merely adapting to decisions made elsewhere? The seventh prediction becomes most dangerous when large numbers of people answer that question with despair. Despair weakens patience with democratic processes, expert analysis, and gradual reform. It increases the appeal of leaders who promise immediate restoration. Such leaders often speak in prophetic language. The nation has been betrayed, the old order is collapsing, enemies are hidden everywhere, and only a dramatic break can restore greatness. Economic pain gives these stories emotional credibility. The narrative need not be fully accurate. It must only explain why sacrifice has not produced security. In this environment, every financial crisis becomes a political opportunity. Every technological disruption becomes evidence of elite indifference. Every environmental policy becomes a battle over cost. Every international conflict becomes a justification for protection or revenge. The economy feeds the first sign, the struggle for power. Governments respond to domestic pressure by becoming more confrontational abroad or more restrictive at home. Trade becomes a weapon. Technology becomes a national resource. Migration becomes a political symbol. Financial systems become instruments of sanctions, influence, and control. The global and personal levels mirror one another. Nations fear dependence, just as households fear debt. Nations seek strategic autonomy, just as workers seek secure skills. Nations diversify reserves and supply chains, just as families diversify savings and income. The desire for control spreads across every scale of the system, but complete independence is an illusion. Modern economies are deeply connected. A product assembled in one place may depend on minerals from another, software from another, finance from another, and consumers across the world. Attempts to reduce one dependency create others. Resilience requires diversification, but fear can transform resilience into isolation. When every nation attempts to protect itself simultaneously, cooperation weakens, costs rise, innovation slows in some areas. Smaller economies face pressure to choose sides. The first sign and third sign merge. Geopolitical competition reshapes money, trade, and work. Artificial intelligence accelerates the transformation by helping institutions identify vulnerabilities, optimize restrictions, and predict responses. Environmental pressure adds urgency as food, water, energy, and minerals become more strategic. The convergence is no longer theoretical. It is built into the structure of global exchange. Yet history shows that systems can adapt. Financial crises have led to new protections, institutions, and rules. Technological disruption has created professions that earlier generations could not imagine. Societies have restructured debt, rebuilt after disaster, and expanded opportunity after periods of extreme inequality. The future is not determined by the existence of pressure, but by the response to it. This is why the message of the chapter cannot end with collapse. Economic trust can be rebuilt, but not through slogans. It requires visible fairness, credible information, meaningful accountability, and pathways through which ordinary people can adapt. Workers need access to training before displacement, not only after. Citizens need explanations of automated decisions and the ability to appeal. Households need realistic tools for managing risk without being blamed for structural conditions. Institutions need to acknowledge uncertainty rather than presenting every forecast as certainty. Governments need to measure not only growth, but resilience and distribution. Companies need to recognize that a society without secure consumers cannot sustain endless productivity. Technology must be judged by whether it expands human agency, not merely whether it reduces cost. At the personal level, preparation begins with clarity. Fear thrives in vagueness. People may know they feel financially unsafe without understanding where the danger actually lies. Is it high-interest debt, dependence on one income source, lack of emergency savings, a profession vulnerable to automation, housing in an area exposed to environmental risk, inadequate insurance, poor understanding of contracts or digital security? Each risk requires a different response. Treating every uncertainty as one approaching catastrophe produces paralysis. Breaking risk into specific components restores agency. The first practical defense is therefore not prediction. It is inventory. What obligations exist? Which are fixed and which can change? What skills generate income? Which skills remain valuable across different industries? What expenses protect genuine well-being, and which are driven by comparison or habit? What information sources influence financial decisions? Which decisions have been delegated to platforms, advisors, or automated systems without understanding? These questions do not eliminate global instability, but they reduce the number of hidden vulnerabilities through which instability enters personal life. The second defense is flexibility. The old model of security often depended on permanence. One profession, one employer, one home, one retirement system, one institutional promise. The emerging world rewards the ability to transfer knowledge across contexts. This does not mean everyone must become a digital entrepreneur, abandon stable work, or chase every technological trend. Constant reinvention can become another form of insecurity. Flexibility means understanding the deeper capability beneath a job title. A teacher does more than deliver information. They explain, motivate, evaluate, and build trust. A nurse does more than record symptoms. They observe, prioritize, communicate, and care under pressure. A technician does more than follow procedures. They diagnose systems and solve physical problems. AI may automate parts of these roles while increasing the value of the human capacities surrounding them. Workers who understand their transferable strengths can adapt without treating every new tool as a verdict on their worth. The third defense is community. Economic anxiety encourages isolation, but resilience often depends on relationships. Information about work, housing, training, childcare, transportation, and emergencies moves through trusted networks. A person with modest savings but strong relationships may recover more effectively than someone with greater wealth and no support. Ancient communities survived scarcity through mutual obligation, although those systems were imperfect and unequal. Modern societies often replace local dependence with commercial services. Convenience increases, but social connection weakens. When systems fail, people discover they do not know who can help or whom they can trust. Rebuilding community is not sentimental. It is practical infrastructure. A neighbor who shares information, a family member who provides temporary care, a professional contact who identifies an opportunity, or a local group that organizes during disaster can reduce risks no financial product fully covers. This does not eliminate the need for institutions. It prevents total dependence on distant systems. The fourth defense is attention. Financial fear creates a market for constant prediction. Experts, influencers, platforms, and automated systems compete to explain what will happen next. Some provide genuine analysis. Others profit from urgency. The viewer is told that collapse is imminent, that one asset will provide escape, that a secret opportunity is disappearing, or that only immediate action can prevent permanent loss. Prophetic language becomes a sales technique. Nostradamus's name itself can be used to transform uncertainty into a product. The responsible viewer must recognize this pattern. A prediction that demands panic, secrecy, total commitment, or absolute trust deserves suspicion. Real preparation rarely requires dramatic action within minutes. It requires patient evaluation, diversification, and acknowledgement of uncertainty. The seventh prediction should not become another mechanism through which fear extracts money. Its purpose is to reveal the system, not trap the viewer inside it. The distinction between warning and manipulation lies in agency. A warning gives the audience tools to think. Manipulation gives them an enemy and a command. A warning admits uncertainty. Manipulation claims exclusive knowledge. A warning encourages proportionate action. Manipulation demands urgency. A warning ends with greater clarity. Manipulation leaves the audience dependent on the next prediction. Ancient mystery must therefore approach economic prophecy with discipline. The goal is not to announce a financial collapse, recommend a specific investment, or convince viewers that one institution controls every outcome. The goal is to understand how trust behaves when multiple pressures converge. History provides the pattern. Modern systems provide the mechanism. Human choices determine the response. This brings us to the deepest meaning of wealth during unstable periods. Wealth is usually measured through money, property, or assets, but crisis reveals forms of value that remain invisible during stability. Health becomes wealth when medical systems are strained. Skill becomes wealth when employment changes. Trust becomes wealth when information is unreliable. Time becomes wealth when attention is constantly captured. Community becomes wealth when services fail. Adaptability becomes wealth when old plans no longer fit. A clear mind becomes wealth when fear is profitable. None of these replace money. Romanticizing poverty is another form of dishonesty. Financial resources provide safety, choice, and access. But money without resilience can disappear, freeze, lose value, or become inaccessible. The strongest form of security is therefore layered. It includes financial resources, useful capability, reliable relationships, physical health, digital awareness, and psychological stability. This is the hidden lesson beneath ancient stories of treasure lost during war, kings unable to purchase loyalty, and wealthy cities destroyed by forces they misunderstood. Value changes when conditions change. The seventh prediction describes a period in which definitions of value may change quickly. A prestigious skill may become common through automation. A previously ignored trade may become essential. A remote property may gain or lose importance according to environmental risk and infrastructure. Data may become more valuable than physical possessions, while privacy becomes harder to recover once lost. Attention may become the resource every institution attempts to purchase. Authenticity may gain value precisely because artificial content becomes abundant. Human presence may become more valuable as machine interaction becomes normal. The economy of 2026 is not merely pricing products. It is beginning to price qualities once considered impossible to separate from the person. Creativity, voice, identity, behavior, location, relationships, and emotion can all become data. The human self enters the market in fragments. A face can be replicated. A voice can be simulated. A writing style can be imitated. Personal history can be used to predict vulnerability. This creates a new form of economic extraction. In earlier systems, people sold labor. In digital systems, they may also provide the data used to automate that labor. An artist's work trains systems capable of producing images in similar styles. A writer's language contributes to models that generate text. A worker's performance data helps design systems that later restructure the job. The individual participates in building the tool that changes their economic value. This does not make technological development inherently unjust, but it raises questions existing frameworks were not designed to answer. Who should benefit from collective knowledge? What rights remain attached to identity? When imitation becomes nearly free, how is authentic creation valued? When productivity can be generated at scale, how should opportunity be distributed? These are not secondary questions. They determine whether AI strengthens or shatters economic trust. If people believe technology expands abundance while excluding them from its benefit, resentment will grow. If they believe their data, work, and identity are being absorbed without consent, legitimacy will decline. If institutions respond by insisting that progress cannot be questioned, resistance will become more extreme. The responsible path requires negotiation before the damage becomes irreversible. It requires new rules, but also new cultural expectations. People must learn that convenience has a price even when no money changes hands. Free services may be paid for through attention, data, dependency, or exposure to influence. Automated advice may save time while narrowing independent judgment. Personalized offers may feel helpful while concealing discrimination or manipulation. The economy of trust depends on whether these exchanges remain visible. Invisible costs produce delayed anger. Transparent costs allow choice. This is the same principle that governs prophecy. A hidden pattern becomes dangerous because people react only after consequences emerge. Making the connection visible restores the possibility of intervention. The financial sign, therefore, reveals something the other signs cannot. It shows whether the convergence has entered the body of society. Geopolitical rivalry may remain abstract. AI may appear exciting. Environmental change may seem distant. UAP reports may feel mysterious. Information disorder may be treated as an online problem. But when wages, bills, debt, savings, and work begin to shift, the convergence becomes personal. People stop observing the future and begin feeling it. This emotional transition is critical. Once insecurity becomes widespread, every other sign accelerates. Technology is adopted more aggressively by institutions seeking efficiency. Workers react more defensively. Governments face pressure to protect industries and borders. Political narratives become harsher. Environmental policies become battles over immediate cost. Misinformation becomes more persuasive because it offers explanations for pain. Trust declines because every institution appears to demand sacrifice. The economy is the fuel because it transforms uncertainty into continuous pressure. Yet fuel does not determine where the fire spreads. Structures matter. Policies matter. Communities matter. Individual choices matter. A society can allow economic fear to become division, or it can treat insecurity as a signal that systems require repair. It can use AI to concentrate advantage or to expand access and reduce unnecessary labor. It can hide difficult realities, or communicate them honestly. It can punish adaptation failures, or create pathways for transition. It can reduce people to scores, or preserve the right to explanation and appeal. The future remains open because economic systems are human creations. They may feel like natural forces, but laws, institutions, incentives, and cultural beliefs shape them. What has been built can be altered. The challenge is recognizing the need before distrust becomes irreversible. This may be the hidden purpose of the seventh prediction. Not to announce that the economy will collapse, but to warn that trust cannot survive indefinitely when the distance between effort and security continues to grow. The warning becomes visible in the person who works more and feels less safe, the graduate who carries knowledge but cannot build a stable life, the family whose home becomes both its greatest asset and greatest vulnerability, the creator whose identity can be copied, the worker judged by an invisible model, and the citizen surrounded by economic explanations that contradict lived reality. These are not signs of inevitable destruction. They are signs of a system approaching a threshold. At a threshold, small reforms may no longer be enough. But panic is still not the answer. The answer begins with a more honest definition of prosperity. A prosperous society is not merely one that produces more. It is one in which people can convert contribution into a believable future. They can plan. They can recover from mistakes. They can adapt without losing dignity. They can understand the rules affecting them. They can trust that innovation will not automatically mean abandonment. They can disagree about policy while sharing enough reality to cooperate. When those conditions exist, technology becomes an instrument of expansion. When they do not, technology becomes an amplifier of resentment. The economic sign, therefore, returns us to the same choice found in every chapter. The force itself is not destiny. Direction matters. Artificial intelligence can create abundance or deepen exclusion. Debt can support investment or trap generations. Global trade can spread prosperity or transmit vulnerability. Environmental preparation can protect communities or become another advantage available only to the wealthy. Information can educate or manipulate. Each system contains opposing possibilities. Convergence means the choices can no longer be made separately. A labor policy is also a technology policy. A housing policy is also an environmental policy. A financial policy is also a political trust policy. A media policy is also an economic policy, because attention shapes markets. The seventh prediction becomes visible when society recognizes that isolated solutions are insufficient. But the recognition may come late. Institutions are structured into departments, industries, and jurisdictions. Each responds to its own measurements. The environmental agency sees emissions. The labor ministry sees employment. The central bank sees inflation. The technology company sees users and revenue. The security institution sees threats. The individual sees a life becoming harder to plan. No single perspective contains the entire pattern. Coordination fails because every actor is solving a different version of the same crisis. This fragmentation mirrors Nostradamus's quatrains. The signs are scattered across separate verses. The reader must place them together. Modern society faces the same task. It must see that economic insecurity, technological acceleration, geopolitical rivalry, environmental risk, unexplained uncertainty, and information disorder are interacting parts of one transition. The seventh prediction is not hidden in ancient ink anymore. It is hidden inside modern specialization. Everyone sees a fragment. Few see the circle. And yet one sign remains capable of breaking through every barrier because it cannot be confined to a department or an institution. Nature does not recognize financial forecasts, national borders, election cycles, or technological optimism. A flood enters homes regardless of economic theory. A drought alters harvests regardless of market confidence. Fire interrupts networks designed to appear permanent. The economy may translate distant pressure into personal life, but nature can transform the assumptions beneath the economy itself. Property, insurance, food, migration, energy, and public budgets all depend on a physical world stable enough to support prediction. When that stability weakens, financial trust faces a test no algorithm can solve through language alone. The next stage of the seventh prediction therefore moves beyond money and machines. It returns to the oldest warning in human memory, the moment when the land, water, fire, and sky cease behaving according to the patterns on which civilization has built its sense of permanence. The oldest warnings in human history were rarely written about money, machines, or political institutions. They were written about the ground beneath human feet, the water surrounding settlements, the fire crossing the horizon, and the sky changing in ways no one could explain. Long before civilization built financial markets, satellites, artificial intelligence, or global supply chains, people understood a simpler and more immediate truth. Every system created by humanity rests inside a larger system that humanity does not control. A kingdom could build walls, armies, temples, roads, and granaries, yet a failed river could still destroy it. A ruler could command thousands of soldiers, yet a season without rain could weaken his authority more effectively than any enemy. A city could become wealthy through trade, yet a storm, earthquake, disease, or changing coastline could erase generations of confidence in a single night. Ancient prophecy returned repeatedly to these forces because nature represented both life and the limit of human power. Water sustained civilization, but it also overwhelmed boundaries. Fire provided warmth and transformed metal, but it also consumed homes and forests. The sky offered direction, seasons, and calendars, but it also produced eclipses, comets, storms, and lights that appeared without warning. These images became the emotional vocabulary through which early societies understood instability. When the environment behaved differently, people assumed something larger was changing. Sometimes they blamed the gods. Sometimes they blamed rulers. Sometimes they believed the event announced the end of one age and the beginning of another. Nostradamus inherited this symbolic world. His verses contain rivers rising beyond their banks, flames spreading, harvests failing, cities suffering, unusual celestial events, and populations forced into movement. Yet to read these images responsibly, we must resist the temptation to treat every flood as fulfillment, every fire as proof, and every astronomical event as a coded signal directed specifically at 2026. Storms, droughts, eclipses, and earthquakes existed long before Nostradamus and will continue long after our own era. The value of the imagery lies not in claiming supernatural precision, but in recognizing what happens when environmental pressure enters societies already weakened by economic fear, technological disruption, geopolitical competition, and declining trust. Nature becomes the fifth force not because it acts alone, but because it tests every system at once. A flood does not only damage buildings, it tests insurance, emergency response, infrastructure, public communication, social inequality, political legitimacy, transportation, food distribution, healthcare, and the ability of communities to cooperate. A drought does not only reduce rainfall, it affects agriculture, energy, migration, employment, food prices, and relationships between regions competing for water. A wildfire does not end when the flames disappear. It can reshape property values, population movement, public budgets, mental health, and the future of entire towns. A heat wave does not merely raise temperature. It reveals which neighborhoods have trees, reliable electricity, medical access, safe housing, and the resources to adapt. Nature exposes the hidden architecture of inequality. Two families may experience the same storm and inhabit completely different realities. One has insurance, savings, transportation, flexible work, and relatives elsewhere. The other has debt, insecure employment, limited mobility, and nowhere to go. The event is shared, the capacity to recover is not. This is why environmental disruption becomes economic disruption almost immediately. Property is valued according to assumptions about stability. Insurance depends on the ability to estimate risk from the past. Infrastructure is designed using historical patterns of heat, rain, wind, and water. Agriculture depends on expected seasons. Cities depend on predictable access to energy and transport. When past patterns no longer provide reliable guidance, the systems built upon them become less certain. A house may still stand, but its financial meaning can change if insurance becomes unaffordable. Farmland may still exist, but its productivity can change if water becomes unreliable. A coastal city may continue expanding while the cost of protection rises each year. The physical world has not collapsed, yet confidence begins to move. This is the same process seen in the economy of trust. Before a system fails visibly, expectations weaken. People reconsider long-term commitments. Companies adjust prices. Lenders reassess exposure. Governments redirect budgets. Migration begins gradually. The map remains the same, but the emotional geography changes. Some places begin to feel temporary. Others become desirable not because they are wealthy or beautiful, but because they appear stable. Human beings have always moved in response to environmental pressure. Ancient settlements formed around rivers, coasts, fertile plains, trade routes, and reliable sources of water. When those conditions changed, communities adapted, migrated, fought, or disappeared. Archaeological records contain abandoned cities, altered shorelines, irrigation systems left dry, and layers of destruction associated with fire, flood, or conflict. These findings are sometimes used to support dramatic theories of lost civilizations destroyed by sudden catastrophe. In reality, collapse is often more complex. A society may survive multiple droughts but fail when drought combines with political division, trade disruption, inequality, war, and loss of trust. The environmental event is not always the sole cause. It is the pressure that reveals weaknesses already present. This is the same pattern underlying the seventh prediction. No single sign determines the future. The danger lies in interaction. A drought raises food prices. Higher prices increase political anger. Political anger weakens cooperation. Weak cooperation delays response. Delayed response worsens shortages. Rumors spread about secret hoarding or deliberate sabotage. Artificial images amplify outrage. Governments restrict exports to protect domestic populations. Restrictions increase scarcity elsewhere. Migration rises. Border tensions grow. A regional environmental problem becomes a geopolitical crisis. The chain may begin with rainfall, but it ends inside systems of power, money, information, and belief. In this sense, nature is not outside politics. It is one of the conditions politics must answer. The language of prophecy often presents the natural world as judgment, because environmental crisis strips away the illusion that institutions are permanent. People may tolerate corruption, inequality, or incompetence during stability. When water disappears, crops fail, or homes are destroyed, tolerance weakens. Citizens ask why preparation was insufficient, why certain communities were protected, why warnings were ignored, and why resources reached some people before others. Every disaster contains a moral question because every response distributes protection. Governments do not control the storm, but they influence who receives shelter, information, compensation, and time to recover. The natural event becomes a test of legitimacy. This is why rulers throughout history feared celestial and environmental signs. An eclipse or failed harvest could be interpreted as evidence that the ruler had lost divine favor. Even when political leaders possessed no control over the event, they could be blamed for its consequences. Modern societies reject the idea that a storm is divine punishment, yet political meaning still attaches itself to disaster. Leaders are evaluated according to preparation and response. Scientific reports become political documents. Evacuation orders become tests of trust. If institutions have already lost credibility, even accurate warnings may be ignored. The collapse of shared reality, therefore, becomes physically dangerous. A population that distrusts all authority cannot coordinate easily during emergency. People question whether the storm is real, whether the risk is exaggerated, whether evacuation is necessary, or whether the warning is part of a hidden agenda. Others react in the opposite direction, treating every forecast as proof that total collapse is imminent. Between denial and panic, proportionate action becomes difficult. This is where information technology enters the environmental sign. Satellite images, sensors, models, and artificial intelligence allow scientists to observe and predict natural systems with extraordinary detail. These tools can save lives. They can identify developing storms, map wildfire movement, estimate flood zones, track drought, and help distribute resources. Yet the same digital environment that delivers warnings also delivers manipulation. Old footage can be presented as new. Images from one country can be attached to an event in another. Artificial scenes can depict destruction that never occurred. False evacuation maps can spread. Fabricated statements can imitate officials. The public may encounter authentic warnings, satire, rumors, conspiracy, and synthetic evidence within the same hour. The technology capable of improving preparation also increases the cost of determining what is real. This does not mean the public should distrust every image. It means institutions must develop new methods of authentication and communication. Speed alone is no longer enough. A warning must be credible, traceable, and consistent across trusted channels. Corrections must arrive quickly. Uncertainty must be explained honestly. If authorities exaggerate certainty and later revise a forecast, some citizens interpret the revision as deception rather than normal scientific adjustment. If they minimize risk to avoid panic, they may lose trust when damage exceeds expectations. Communication during environmental crisis requires a balance that modern media often punishes. Nuance appears weak. Certainty attracts attention. The algorithm rewards emotional intensity. A calm explanation competes with a dramatic claim that promises hidden knowledge. Ancient prophecy thrives in this environment because it offers a narrative larger than the forecast. A storm is no longer merely a storm. It becomes a sign. A fire becomes fulfillment. An eclipse becomes a date of destiny. The event gains meaning, but the meaning can overwhelm evidence. Nostradamus' name may be attached to a disaster, even when no authentic verse describes it clearly. A vague line about water, flame, or darkness can be placed over dramatic footage and presented as proof. The viewer experiences emotional recognition. The ancient words seem to match the modern image. Yet almost any era containing war, weather, and political instability can be made to fit broad symbolic language. Responsible interpretation requires more discipline. We must ask whether the text genuinely contains the claimed image, whether the translation is accurate, whether the connection was made before the event, and whether alternative interpretations exist. Without these questions, prophecy becomes a mirror, reflecting whatever crisis dominates the present. But mirrors can still reveal something important. Even if Nostradamus did not predict a specific flood or fire in 2026, the repeated association of environmental disruption with political and social instability reflects a historical truth. Civilizations become fragile when natural pressure meets human inflexibility. The danger is not only changing conditions, it is the refusal to change assumptions. A city continues building where risk is increasing because property values, political interests, and personal identity depend on the old map. A farming system continues consuming water faster than it is replenished because the economy has no easy alternative. An insurance market continues using past data until losses exceed its capacity. A government delays expensive adaptation because election cycles are shorter than environmental timelines. Individuals remain in vulnerable areas because moving requires resources they do not possess. Everyone recognizes part of the problem, yet no actor can change the system alone. The result resembles the convergence pattern described earlier. Rational decisions at the individual level can produce collective vulnerability. A homeowner rebuilds because leaving would mean financial ruin. A local government approves development because it needs tax revenue. A bank issues loans because the properties retain market value. An insurer raises prices because risk has increased. A national government provides emergency funding because abandonment is politically impossible. The cycle continues until a larger event forces recognition. No secret plan is required. The system is trapped by its own incentives. This is one reason ancient stories of flood remain so powerful. The flood is not merely water. It is the moment when accumulated denial becomes visible. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the story of Utnapishtim preserves a memory of overwhelming destruction and survival through warning, preparation, and preservation. Other cultures carry similar narratives: waters rising, old worlds ending, a chosen group surviving, and life beginning again. These stories should not be treated as proof that every culture witnessed one identical global event. Flooding is a widespread human experience, especially for societies built around rivers and coasts. Yet the recurrence of the narrative reveals a shared psychological structure. People fear that the systems supporting life can reverse themselves. The river that provides food can destroy the city. The sea that enables trade can swallow the coast. The rain that sustains crops can erase boundaries. The source of abundance becomes the source of danger. Modern technology follows the same symbolic pattern. The network connecting the world can spread deception. The machine increasing productivity can destabilize work. The financial system enabling growth can magnify debt. The infrastructure protecting cities can encourage development in risky locations. The seventh prediction is filled with such reversals. Every force contains its opposite. This is why the environmental sign should not be framed as nature attacking humanity. Nature has no political intention. Fire does not punish. Water does not accuse. Climate systems do not negotiate. Human beings interpret these forces through moral language because moral language helps transform randomness into story. But the absence of intention does not reduce consequence. A community must prepare whether the threat is personal or impersonal. The practical question is not who nature is angry with. It is which assumptions are no longer safe. Preparation begins by seeing environmental risk as interconnected rather than isolated. A family considering where to live may examine flood maps but ignore access to water, healthcare, electricity, employment, transportation, and insurance. A city may strengthen a seawall but ignore the effect on surrounding communities. A country may expand renewable energy but remain dependent on vulnerable mineral supply chains. A company may protect a data center from cyber attack but fail to prepare for heat, drought, or grid instability. Every solution creates secondary questions. Resilience is not one wall, one generator, one insurance policy, or one emergency kit. It is the ability of a system to continue functioning when several assumptions fail together. The seventh prediction, therefore, demands a different kind of preparation. Instead of asking, what single disaster should we fear, we should ask, what happens if several systems are strained at the same time? What happens if a severe storm arrives during a power shortage? What happens if evacuation information is distorted by artificial media? What happens if insurance coverage has already weakened? What happens if supply chains are disrupted by geopolitical conflict? What happens if public trust is too low for warnings to be followed? The goal is not to imagine every catastrophe. Endless scenario building can become another form of anxiety. The goal is to identify dependencies. Which services are essential? Which rely on one point of failure? Which relationships become important when technology is unavailable? Which documents, medicines, contacts, and resources must remain accessible? Which risks can be reduced without extreme spending? A household that understands its dependencies is more resilient than one that possesses many supplies but no plan. A community that trusts its communication channels is more resilient than one that owns advanced equipment but cannot coordinate. Resilience depends as much on social connection as physical preparation. During crisis, people often survive through information and cooperation. A neighbor identifies a safe route. A local worker restores a service. A family shares transportation. A community organization distributes food. A doctor communicates through informal networks when official systems are overloaded. These actions rarely appear in dramatic prophecy, but they determine outcomes. The ancient story focuses on the ark because it is visible. The deeper survival mechanism is coordination. Knowledge was preserved, roles were organized, and preparation began before the water arrived. In modern society, the ark is not necessarily a physical refuge. It may be a network of relationships, skills, communication plans, and institutions capable of adapting. This is where the environmental sign begins to turn toward hope. Nature reveals vulnerability, but it also reveals interdependence. People who imagine themselves completely independent discover how much they rely on farmers, engineers, healthcare workers, drivers, public servants, neighbors, and unseen infrastructure. Crisis can deepen fear, but it can also restore awareness of community. The outcome depends partly on the stories people tell. If every disaster is framed as proof that others are enemies, division grows. If it is framed as a shared challenge requiring accountability and cooperation, trust can strengthen. Prophecy can contribute to either response. A catastrophic interpretation says the event proves destruction is inevitable. A constructive interpretation says the warning has arrived early enough for preparation. The difference is not in the storm, it is in the meaning assigned to it. This same distinction becomes even more important when attention turns from the earth to the sky. Throughout history, unusual celestial events have triggered fear because they appear outside the normal rhythm of life. The sun darkens during an eclipse, a comet appears where no star existed, a meteor crosses the night. Strange lights move against familiar patterns. Ancient observers often interpreted these events as messages because the sky served as both calendar and divine landscape. Political authority was linked to celestial order. If the heavens changed, perhaps the order beneath them was changing as well. Nostradamus drew from this tradition. His astrological practice, whatever its reliability, belonged to a worldview in which planetary relationships, historical cycles, and earthly events were considered connected. Modern astronomy has separated celestial mechanics from political destiny. We can calculate eclipses, identify many comets, track asteroids, and explain a wide range of atmospheric phenomena. Yet knowledge has not eliminated wonder, nor has it eliminated fear. A total solar eclipse remains emotionally powerful even when every stage is predicted. Daylight weakens, temperature changes, animals respond. The familiar sun becomes a dark circle surrounded by light. For a few minutes, the entire landscape feels altered. The rational mind understands the alignment of Earth, Moon, and Sunday. The deeper nervous system still reacts to the disappearance of daylight. This reaction explains why eclipses continue to attract prophetic interpretation. A known event becomes a screen on which unknown fears are projected. If society is already anxious about war, technology, economy, and environmental disruption, a dramatic sky event can feel like confirmation that the world has entered a special moment. The date gains symbolic power. People search ancient texts for references. Videos connect old images of darkness with modern headlines. Rumors spread that governments are preparing for hidden consequences. The event becomes part of the convergence, not because it causes the other crises, but because it concentrates attention upon them. Millions look upward together while carrying different fears. The sky becomes a shared image in a society losing shared reality. This can create a rare opportunity. A celestial event can remind people that truth is still accessible through observation, calculation, and collective experience. The eclipse occurs according to physical laws independent of politics. People across different beliefs can witness the same shadow. Science does not remove the mystery. It clarifies the mechanism while preserving awe. In a fragmented information environment, such experiences may be more valuable than they appear. They demonstrate that explanation and wonder can coexist. One does not need to choose between cold skepticism and uncritical belief. The sky can be meaningful without being a supernatural warning. It can inspire reflection without predicting destruction. This balanced approach is especially necessary when discussing UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena, or unidentified aerial phenomena. The term describes observations that have not yet been explained with available information. It does not automatically mean extraterrestrial spacecraft. An unidentified object is unidentified because its origin has not been established. It may later be identified as an aircraft, balloon, drone, atmospheric effect, satellite, sensor artifact, classified technology, or another ordinary source. Some cases may remain unresolved because data are incomplete. Unresolved does not mean impossible, and it does not mean alien. The distinction is simple, but often lost in public discussion. Ancient texts describing wheels, shields, flames, or lights in the sky are frequently presented as evidence that earlier civilizations witnessed advanced machines. Such interpretations can be fascinating, but they require caution. Ancient observers described unfamiliar phenomena using the language available to them. A bright meteor might become a burning shield. A halo might become a divine wheel. A comet might become a sword. Mythological imagery does not function like modern technical reporting. At the same time, dismissing every ancient account as imagination can also be too simplistic. People observed real skies. They recorded eclipses, comets, meteors, atmospheric effects, and rare events. The challenge is separating observation from interpretation. A text may preserve evidence that something unusual was seen without preserving enough information to determine exactly what it was. Modern UAP reports face the same problem. A pilot, sensor, or camera may capture something unusual. The observation can be genuine while the explanation remains uncertain. Human perception is limited. Sensors have artifacts. Distance, speed, angle, weather, and movement can create misleading impressions. Military contexts add secrecy. Public expectations add mythology. The result is an environment where evidence, speculation, and distrust become tightly intertwined. This is why the fifth sign is not primarily about the objects themselves. It is about the crisis of interpretation surrounding them. The public asks whether governments are hiding information. Governments respond that some data must remain classified for security. Classification creates suspicion. Leaks produce fragments without context. Fragments are interpreted by advocates, skeptics, journalists, and online communities. Artificial intelligence then enters the process, generating convincing footage, enhancing low-quality images, and creating explanations in every direction. The original observation becomes buried beneath layers of content. The mystery grows not because evidence improves, but because the number of narratives increases. This mirrors Nostradamus' text. One ambiguous image produces many incompatible futures. The object in the sky becomes another shattered mirror. Each viewer sees their own fear, hope, or worldview reflected within it. Some see proof that humanity is not alone. Some see secret weapons. Some see psychological operations. Some see misidentified technology. Some see a distraction from political and economic problems. Each explanation may contain possibilities, but certainty exceeds evidence. The unresolved case becomes a vessel for the collapse of shared reality. If institutions dismiss witnesses too quickly, trust weakens. If media exaggerate weak evidence, trust weakens. If communities treat skepticism as cowardice or curiosity as irrationality, investigation becomes impossible. The healthy position is disciplined openness. Take observations seriously, demand evidence, preserve uncertainty, and resist conclusions unsupported by data. This approach is less emotionally satisfying than certainty, but it protects the search for truth. The seventh prediction does not require us to believe that unknown beings are arriving from the sky. It asks us to recognize how uncertainty can be amplified during periods of social instability. A mysterious light becomes powerful because it enters an environment already filled with secrecy, technological anxiety, and political distrust. It appears at the intersection of the first, second, fifth, and sixth signs. Geopolitical competition creates classified technology. AI creates synthetic imagery. Public distrust interprets secrecy as proof. Information disorder multiplies explanations. The sky becomes another arena in the struggle over reality. This struggle has practical consequences. Military personnel may hesitate to report unusual observations for fear of ridicule. Genuine safety risks may be ignored. At the same time, resources may be diverted toward sensational claims unsupported by evidence. The solution requires institutions capable of investigating without prejudgment and communicating without exaggeration. It requires citizens capable of remaining curious without surrendering critical thinking. In other words, the response to mystery depends on the same human capacities required throughout the seventh prediction: patience, discernment, humility, and trust, earned through transparency. The deeper connection between nature and the sky lies in human vulnerability to the unknown. A storm forecast contains probabilities. A UAP observation contains incomplete data. An eclipse is predictable, but emotionally strange. Climate systems are scientifically studied yet too complex for perfect certainty. People often mistake uncertainty for ignorance or deception. They demand exact answers from systems that can only provide ranges and likelihoods. When predictions change, confidence falls. Yet uncertainty is not failure. It is an honest description of limited knowledge. A mature society must be able to act under uncertainty without turning probability into panic or doubt into denial. This may be one of the greatest challenges of 2026. The world possesses more data than any earlier civilization, But more data does not automatically produce shared understanding. People encounter forecasts, satellite images, risk scores, models, expert opinions, leaked documents, amateur analysis, synthetic media, and prophetic interpretations simultaneously. The mind tries to compress complexity into a simple story. That story may be, everything is under control, everything is collapsing, or someone is hiding the truth. Each story offers emotional relief. None captures the entire system. Nostradamus's quatrains succeed because they do not remove ambiguity. They preserve it. The reader must live with incomplete meaning. Modern society is less comfortable with that condition. It expects instant explanation. When explanation is unavailable, speculation fills the space. AI can produce a confident answer even when certainty does not exist. This is why the mind without a soul becomes dangerous again. It can imitate knowledge more quickly than humans can verify it. Asked about an ancient verse, a disaster, or an aerial phenomenon, a system may generate a coherent narrative from incomplete material. Coherence feels like truth. The user may not see where evidence ends and invention begins. During crisis, a fluent falsehood can be more persuasive than a cautious fact. The environmental and aerial signs, therefore, reveal the same underlying weakness. Civilization has built powerful tools for prediction, but has not developed equal patience for uncertainty. The failure is not technological, it is psychological. People want the future to become visible because visibility promises control. Ancient prophets supplied symbolic futures. Modern models supply statistical futures. Both can guide action, and both can be misused. A forecast becomes dangerous when treated as destiny. A prophecy becomes dangerous when it replaces judgment. The seventh prediction sits between them, warning that the desire for certainty can make populations vulnerable to anyone or any system willing to provide it. But nature refuses perfect certainty. A storm changes direction. A fire crosses an unexpected barrier. A model is revised. An unidentified object remains unidentified. These moments are not invitations to abandon science. They are reminders that knowledge is a process. Trustworthy institutions do not promise infallibility. They show methods, explain limits, correct errors, and preserve evidence. Trustworthy individuals do the same. They are willing to say, "We do not yet know." In an age of prophetic headlines and automated confidence, those words may become a sign of strength. The natural world also offers another lesson. Resilience grows through diversity. A forest containing many species may respond differently to disease than a uniform plantation. A food system depending on many sources may survive disruption better than one depending on a single region. A household with varied skills and relationships may adapt better than one optimized for one stable condition. Modern systems often prioritize efficiency, reducing redundancy because redundancy appears wasteful. Supply chains become lean. Hospitals minimize excess capacity. Energy systems concentrate. Digital platforms dominate communication. Cities depend on tightly coordinated services. During normal conditions, efficiency lowers cost. During crisis, lack of redundancy becomes vulnerability. Nature rarely optimizes for one narrow outcome. It preserves variation. The seventh prediction may therefore be read as a warning against a civilization that has become too efficient to absorb surprise. Every sign reveals concentrated dependence. Nations depend on strategic supply chains. Companies depend on digital platforms. Workers depend on specialized professions. Households depend on continuous services. Information systems depend on a small number of networks. Financial systems depend on confidence. When several dependencies fail together, there is little room to adapt. Environmental crisis does not create this fragility. It exposes it. Preparation must therefore include controlled redundancy, backup communication, diverse sources, multiple skills, local relationships, and systems capable of functioning at reduced capacity. This is not a call for extreme isolation or total self-sufficiency. No household or country can produce everything it needs efficiently. Resilience comes from balanced interdependence, not fantasy independence. The goal is to avoid one point of failure controlling the entire outcome. The same principle applies to truth. A society depending on one authority is vulnerable if that authority fails. A society trusting no authority is equally vulnerable. Healthy information ecosystems contain multiple independent institutions capable of checking one another. Science advances through replication and criticism. Journalism gains credibility through verification and competition. Citizens gain clarity by comparing sources rather than following one voice. Diversity does not mean every claim is equally valid. It means truth is strengthened through accountable examination. This is the opposite of the fragmented reality created by algorithms. Fragmentation isolates people inside customized worlds. Diversity brings different perspectives into contact with shared evidence. The distinction is essential. One weakens coordination. The other strengthens understanding. Nature's warning thus becomes a lesson about institutions, information, and the human mind. Systems survive surprise when they possess flexibility, redundancy, communication, and trust. These qualities cannot be built during the final hours before crisis. They must exist beforehand. The ark must be constructed before the rain. Yet preparation should not be driven by terror. Fear can motivate short-term action, but it often damages judgment. People buy unnecessary supplies, follow false rumors, make unsafe decisions, or withdraw from others. Sustainable preparation is quieter. It asks what is likely, what is possible, what is affordable, and what actions provide benefits even if disaster never arrives. Learning first aid remains useful. Strengthening relationships remains useful. Protecting important documents remains useful. Understanding local hazards remains useful. Maintaining reasonable reserves remains useful. Improving digital verification remains useful. These actions create resilience without requiring belief in prophecy. The seventh prediction becomes valuable when it encourages such preparation, and harmful when it promotes obsession. The line between awareness and anxiety must remain visible. Awareness identifies risk and returns to life. Anxiety consumes life in anticipation of risk. Awareness accepts uncertainty. Anxiety demands certainty. Awareness builds capacity. Anxiety accumulates symbols of protection without feeling safer. Prophetic content can easily cross this line, because every new event appears to demand another interpretation. The viewer becomes trapped in a continuous search for confirmation. The channel gains attention, but the audience loses peace. That would violate the deeper message of the series. The goal is not to make people watch the sky in fear. It is to help them understand why the sky has always carried human fear, and how that fear can be transformed into curiosity, preparation, and humility. The most important sign may not be the flood, fire, eclipse, or unidentified light. It may be the way people respond when confronted with forces larger than themselves. Do they blame, deny, panic, and divide? Or do they observe, cooperate, adapt, and learn? Ancient texts often describe catastrophe as a judgment upon human behavior. Modern analysis can reinterpret that structure without claiming supernatural punishment. Crisis reveals behavior. It shows what a society values, whom it protects, what it refuses to change, and whether its institutions can admit error. The event does not pronounce judgment. The response reveals character. This is where the sixth chapter begins to turn toward the true meaning of the seventh prediction. The external signs have now been assembled. Power is shifting. Artificial intelligence is accelerating decisions and uncertainty. Economic trust is weakening under pressure. Nature is testing systems built on assumptions of stability. Strange observations and celestial events are concentrating collective fear. The decisive variable remains human response. The same storm can produce panic or solidarity. The same technology can produce manipulation or understanding. The same economic pressure can produce scapegoating or reform. The same mystery can produce fanaticism or investigation. The same prophecy can create fatalism or awareness. The seventh prediction may therefore have been misunderstood from the beginning. We assumed it described one more thing happening to humanity. Perhaps it describes the change happening within humanity as all six signs converge. Fear narrows the mind. Repetition turns fear into identity. Identity transforms uncertainty into conflict. People begin seeing enemies everywhere because enemies are easier to understand than systems. They lose patience with complexity. They exchange freedom for promises of control. They choose narratives that protect belonging rather than truths that challenge belief. The external world becomes unstable, and the internal world begins mirroring it. This is the final threshold. Civilizations do not collapse only because infrastructure fails. They collapse when people no longer believe cooperation is possible. They do not lose freedom only because a ruler takes it. They lose freedom when fear makes surrender appear reasonable. They do not lose truth only because falsehood exists. They lose truth when the effort required to verify becomes greater than the desire to know. Nature and the sky expose the scale of the world beyond human control, but they also expose the scale of the choice still available within human consciousness. An eclipse darkens the sun temporarily. A storm alters a landscape. A mysterious object crosses a screen. None of these events decides what people become afterward. That transformation belongs to human beings. The earlier 6 signs may describe the outer architecture of convergence. The 7th may describe the inner consequence, a population forced to choose between fear and awareness, dependence and responsibility, fragmentation and connection. The ancient warning may not be telling us that the world will end. It may be asking whether the version of humanity built for the old world can survive the transition into the new one. If that is the true pattern, then the next chapter cannot remain focused on governments, markets, machines, weather, or objects in the sky. It must enter the only territory where every warning finally meets the human mind, the private fear carried behind every screen, and the quiet transformation that begins when people realize the systems they trusted can no longer provide the meaning they were searching for. The most difficult warnings to recognize are not the ones written in the sky, hidden inside markets, or encoded within the language of ancient texts. They are the warnings that describe a change taking place inside the observer. A storm can be measured. A market decline can be recorded. A machine can be evaluated. A political alliance can be mapped. But the gradual transformation of fear into habit, dependence into identity, and uncertainty into surrender rarely announces itself with a clear beginning. It happens through repetition. One alarming headline becomes 10. One moment of confusion becomes a permanent state of vigilance. One convenient decision delegated to a system becomes a lifestyle built around delegation. One loss of trust becomes suspicion toward every institution. The external world remains visible, but the internal response becomes increasingly difficult to separate from it. This may be why the 7th prediction was overlooked. Readers expected Nostradamus to describe something arriving from outside humanity. Another ruler, another war, another disaster, another sign in the heavens. Yet the missing prediction may not concern what happens to the world. It may concern what the world's pressure causes human beings to become. In every period of historical convergence, the visible crisis is accompanied by an invisible one. People lose not only property, security, and certainty. They lose orientation. The stories that once explained their lives stop working. Work no longer guarantees stability. Institutions no longer inspire confidence. Technology no longer feels like a simple tool. Information no longer produces clarity. Progress no longer appears to move in one direction. The old definitions of success remain visible, but fewer people believe they can reach them. The future is discussed constantly, yet it feels less imaginable than before. This is not merely anxiety about events. It is a crisis of meaning. Human beings can endure extraordinary hardship when they believe their suffering belongs to a larger purpose. They can survive war, displacement, poverty, and uncertainty when they trust that sacrifice protects a family, a community, a faith, or a future. But when effort appears disconnected from meaning, even comfort can feel empty. A person may possess food, shelter, technology, and entertainment while feeling that life is moving without direction. The problem is not always material scarcity. It is the absence of a reliable answer to the question, what is all of this for? Ancient societies answered through religion, family, tradition, land, duty, and collective identity. These systems were never perfect. They could exclude, control, and limit individual freedom. Yet they provided continuity. A person inherited a story explaining where they came from, what responsibilities they carried, and how their life connected to generations before and after them. Modern society has expanded freedom while weakening many inherited structures. Individuals are encouraged to choose their own identity, purpose, profession, beliefs, relationships, and definition of success. This freedom can be liberating, but it also places an enormous burden on the individual. When the external world becomes unstable, the person has fewer shared narratives to rely upon. They are told to construct meaning privately while navigating systems designed to capture attention, monetize insecurity, and compare every life with millions of others. The result is a strange contradiction. Unprecedented access to information alongside deep uncertainty about what deserves attention. Unprecedented connection alongside loneliness. Unprecedented convenience alongside exhaustion. Unprecedented choice alongside paralysis. The seventh prediction may be hidden in this contradiction. The world becomes more intelligent, but individuals feel less certain. Systems become more connected, but societies become more divided. Communication becomes instant, but understanding becomes rare. Productivity expands, but time feels scarce. People gain tools once available only to rulers and institutions, yet they increasingly experience themselves as powerless. This is not because every modern development is harmful. It is because capability has grown faster than the human structures needed to integrate it. Technology can connect billions of people, but it cannot decide what kind of connection is meaningful. Markets can offer endless products, but they cannot determine what a person truly needs. Algorithms can predict preference, but they cannot define purpose. Artificial intelligence can generate language about wisdom, but it cannot live a wise life on behalf of the user. The deeper the systems enter human experience, the more urgent the unanswered questions become. What should remain private? What should remain slow? What should never be delegated? What forms of difficulty are necessary for growth? What does success mean when machines can perform much of the work once used to measure intelligence and achievement? What does authenticity mean when voices, faces, and styles can be replicated? What does community mean when interaction is increasingly filtered through platforms? These are not technological questions alone. They are spiritual questions in the broadest sense. They concern the human experience of value, dignity, responsibility, and belonging. Nostradamus wrote within a worldview where earthly disorder and spiritual condition were inseparable. Disease, war, celestial events, and political instability were interpreted as signs of deeper moral or cosmic imbalance. Modern analysis should not repeat the claim that disaster is punishment for personal or collective sin. Such claims can become cruel, especially toward people suffering from events beyond their control. Yet the older worldview contained an insight worth preserving. External systems and internal values influence one another. A society's infrastructure reflects what it chooses to prioritize. Its technology reflects what it is willing to automate. Its economy reflects what it rewards. Its politics reflects what fears it amplifies. Its media reflects what attention it can capture. Its response to crisis reveals whose life it considers valuable. The world humans build is not separate from the consciousness of the builders. It is consciousness translated into institutions, incentives, machines, and habits. If those institutions begin producing alienation, distrust, and dependency, the solution cannot be only technical repair. The underlying values must also be examined. This is the turning point Nostradamus' content often misses. Interpretations concentrate on external catastrophe because catastrophe creates urgency. The ruler will fall, the market will collapse, the sky will darken, the machine will rise, the waters will cross their boundaries. Each image directs attention outward, toward an event the viewer can fear but cannot fully control. The viewer becomes a spectator waiting for confirmation. Every headline is examined as evidence. Every disaster renews the prediction. The content produces engagement, but it also trains helplessness. The deeper message of the seventh prediction reverses that relationship. The signs are not important because they prove that humanity is trapped. They are important because they reveal where human agency is being surrendered. The first surrender occurs through attention. Attention is the gateway through which every external force enters the internal world. A political conflict may exist thousands of miles away, but repeated images allow it to occupy the mind continuously. An economic indicator may have limited immediate effect, but constant prediction transforms it into personal dread. A natural event may affect one region, but dramatic footage can make the entire world feel permanently unsafe. An unexplained object may remain unresolved, but endless speculation turns uncertainty into obsession. Artificial intelligence can produce all these narratives at enormous speed, and recommendation systems can deliver them at the precise moment the user is most likely to react. The result is not merely information overload, it is emotional occupation. The individual begins carrying crises that cannot be solved through continuous observation. The nervous system responds as if vigilance were action. It is not. Watching every update does not increase control. It often reduces it by weakening sleep, concentration, judgment, and emotional stability. Fear becomes a routine. The mind returns to the screen not because new information is useful, but because uncertainty has become intolerable. Each refresh promises closure. Each refresh produces another open loop. The system benefits from unresolved tension because unresolved tension keeps attention engaged. This is how the external crisis becomes an internal economy. Anxiety creates demand. Platforms provide endless content. Content deepens anxiety. The user returns for relief and receives more stimulation. The pattern resembles addiction not because every user lacks discipline, but because the environment is designed around reinforcement. Notifications create anticipation. Novelty creates reward. Outrage creates energy. Social approval creates belonging. The machine learns which combination is most effective for each individual. The human being becomes both consumer and raw material. Attention is extracted, behavior is recorded, and future attention becomes easier to capture. The seventh prediction may therefore describe not a population controlled through obvious force, but a population too distracted to exercise freedom meaningfully. Freedom requires more than the absence of chains. It requires the ability to sustain attention long enough to understand a choice. It requires the capacity to tolerate discomfort without immediately escaping. It requires memory, context, and reflection. A person whose attention is constantly interrupted may remain legally free while becoming psychologically reactive. They choose, but the range of choices has been shaped before they become conscious of it. They speak, but the language of the conversation has already been determined by what the system amplified. They believe they are following the world, while the system is learning how the world must be presented to keep them following. This is the invisible power described throughout the series. It does not command, it conditions. It does not prohibit thought, it fragments thought. It does not need to hide information. It surrounds valuable information with so much noise that clarity becomes exhausting. In ancient courts, access to knowledge was controlled by limiting who could read, travel, or speak to authority. In the modern world, control may function through abundance. Every document is available, every opinion is represented, every event is recorded, yet the individual lacks the time and methods needed to judge them. Quantity becomes a new form of concealment. The truth is not always locked away. It may be buried beneath endless versions of itself. This condition changes the meaning of ignorance. Ignorance once meant not possessing information. Now it can mean possessing too much unstructured information to understand what matters. Artificial intelligence can help organize this abundance, but dependence on it introduces another risk. The system that summarizes reality also chooses what to leave out. Even when no manipulation is intended, compression shapes meaning. Every summary prioritizes some facts over others. Every recommendation creates visibility for one possibility and obscurity for another. If people stop examining sources because summaries are easier, the system becomes the invisible editor of collective understanding. A society may know more facts while losing the habit of investigation. This brings us to the second surrender, judgment. Judgment develops through comparison, experience, doubt, and the willingness to remain uncertain. It is slower than reaction. It requires a person to ask not only whether a statement sounds convincing, but what evidence supports it, what interests surround it, what alternatives exist, and what remains unknown. Modern information environments often punish this process. By the time one claim has been examined, 10 new claims have arrived. The cautious person appears indecisive. The confident person gains attention. Certainty becomes a performance. Those most willing to declare that they understand the hidden pattern attract audiences exhausted by complexity. This dynamic explains the appeal of prophecy. Prophecy compresses uncertainty into narrative. It tells the viewer that events are connected, that someone saw them coming, and that chaos belongs to a larger design. The emotional relief can be powerful. Even a frightening prediction may feel comforting because fear with a story is easier to bear than fear without one. But the story becomes dangerous when it removes the need for judgment. If every event is interpreted as fulfillment, evidence no longer matters. If every contradiction is explained as deeper secrecy, the belief cannot be challenged. If every skeptic is treated as blind or compromised, the community closes around certainty. The prediction becomes an identity. The individual no longer asks, "Is this true?" They ask, "Does this confirm who we are?" This is how external mystery becomes internal division. Groups organize around incompatible realities because each reality offers belonging. The content is not merely information. It becomes proof of membership. To question the claim is to threaten the group. The sixth sign, the collapse of shared reality, therefore begins with the emotional need for protection. People retreat into communities that validate their fears. This is understandable. Isolation is painful, and the modern world provides few stable places where uncertainty can be discussed without humiliation. But belonging purchased through unquestioned certainty is fragile. It requires continuous enemies. The group remains unified by identifying outsiders who are deceived, dangerous, or morally inferior. Every new crisis strengthens the boundary. Dialogue becomes betrayal. Complexity becomes weakness. The individual's identity fuses with the narrative until changing one's mind feels like losing oneself. This process occurs across political, spiritual, technological, and cultural communities. No single ideology owns it. It is a human response to instability. When the world feels difficult to understand, certainty becomes social shelter, yet the shelter can become a prison. The third surrender is responsibility. A person overwhelmed by forces larger than themselves may conclude that individual action has no meaning. Governments control politics. Corporations control technology. Banks control money. Scientists control knowledge. Algorithms control attention. Secret institutions control the truth. Whether these claims contain partial truth or exaggerated suspicion, their emotional effect is similar. Responsibility is projected entirely outward. The individual becomes innocent but powerless. Every failure belongs to a distant system. Every solution must arrive from outside. This perspective can protect the ego, but it also removes agency. If nothing one does matters, there is no reason to examine personal habits, relationships, consumption, attention, or participation. The system becomes an excuse for surrender to the system. The seventh prediction challenges this fatalism without denying structural power. Individuals do not control global markets, climate systems, military conflict, or the design of major platforms. Pretending otherwise would be dishonest. But lack of total control does not mean absence of influence. People shape systems through participation, refusal, organization, education, professional standards, voting, purchasing, teaching, designing, and the norms they accept. A single action may appear insignificant, yet large systems depend on repeated individual behavior. Platforms require attention. Markets require trust. Political movements require participation. Institutions require workers willing to carry out decisions. Cultural expectations require people who reproduce them. Change rarely begins with everyone. It begins when enough people behave differently for the old pattern to become unstable. This does not mean every problem can be solved through personal improvement. Structural injustice cannot be meditated away. Economic insecurity cannot always be overcome through discipline. Environmental risk cannot be addressed only by household preparation. But inner stability affects the quality of collective action. A frightened population is easier to manipulate. An exhausted population is less capable of organizing. A distracted population cannot sustain reform. A population trained to hate complexity will repeatedly choose simple enemies over difficult solutions. The internal and external levels, therefore, cannot be separated. Personal awareness is not a substitute for political or economic change. It is one of the conditions that make responsible change possible. This may be the true meaning of awakening within the series. Awakening is often described through mystical language as a sudden realization that reveals hidden reality. Such experiences may hold meaning for individuals, but the concept can also be understood more practically. To awaken is to recognize the forces shaping attention before they determine behavior. It is to notice when fear is being transformed into identity. It is to distinguish preparation from obsession, evidence from interpretation, and uncertainty from deception. It is to understand that convenience can become dependence, and that participation can become complicity. Awakening does not mean knowing every secret. It means becoming less easily controlled by the need to know everything. This distinction is essential. The search for hidden truth can become another form of captivity. A person may spend years studying predictions, conspiracies, symbolic codes, and leaked documents while neglecting the visible conditions of their own life. They know the names of distant rulers but do not know their neighbors. They track every market signal but have not examined their own debt. They fear artificial intelligence while allowing an algorithm to organize every hour of their day. They study ancient wisdom but cannot sit in silence without reaching for a screen. Knowledge accumulates while agency declines. The purpose of ancient mystery should be the opposite. History and symbolism should widen perception, not narrow it into obsession. The viewer should leave with greater ability to live, not a greater need to watch. The seventh prediction becomes useful only when it redirects attention from endless external confirmation toward internal preparation. This preparation begins with the recognition that fear is not the same as intuition. Fear can feel like insight because it produces intensity. A person senses danger and believes the intensity proves accuracy. Sometimes fear responds to real risk. Other times it responds to repetition, exhaustion, trauma, or manipulation. The feeling deserves attention, but it is not evidence by itself. Intuition can also be valuable, especially when built from experience, but responsible judgment asks what the feeling is based upon. Has the claim been verified? Is the source credible? Are alternative explanations possible? Is the threat immediate, probable, or merely imaginable? What action would be proportionate? These questions interrupt the emotional loop. They convert fear into inquiry. Inquiry restores agency because it replaces passive reaction with active evaluation. The ability to ask better questions may become one of the most valuable human skills in an age of machine-generated answers. AI can provide information, but the quality of the outcome often depends on the quality of the question. A person who does not understand the problem can receive an elegant answer to the wrong question. A society that asks only how to increase efficiency may automate away dignity. A government that asks only how to reduce risk may expand surveillance beyond accountability. A company that asks only how to maximize engagement may intensify division. A consumer who asks only which option is cheapest may ignore hidden costs. The objective shapes the system. Wisdom begins before the calculation. It asks what should be optimized and what should remain protected from optimization. This is where the human soul, understood not as a technical object, but as the capacity for moral meaning, becomes central. A machine can compare outcomes, but it cannot decide why one value should outweigh another unless humans provide the hierarchy. Humans themselves often disagree about that hierarchy. This disagreement cannot be eliminated through computation. It must be negotiated through culture, law, empathy, and shared responsibility. The dream that technology will remove moral conflict is another form of surrender. It transfers difficult choices to a system and then treats the output as neutral. But neutrality can hide the values embedded in the design. The seventh prediction may therefore warn not that machines will become human, but that humans will begin imitating machines, measuring everything, accelerating everything, reducing relationships to transactions, treating emotions as inefficiencies, and evaluating worth through performance alone. When productivity becomes the primary measure of life, rest feels like failure. When visibility becomes proof of relevance, privacy feels like disappearance. When every moment can be monetized, attention feels wasted unless it produces. When algorithms reward performance, identity becomes content. The person learns to present a version of themselves optimized for response. This performance may begin professionally, then expand into friendship, politics, spirituality, and grief. Experiences are not simply lived, they are framed for display. The self becomes a product competing inside the attention economy. This transformation creates a new form of poverty. A person may be visible to thousands and known by no one. They may receive constant feedback and possess no stable sense of worth outside it. They may communicate continually while fearing honest conversation. The external world becomes a stage, and the internal world becomes increasingly difficult to access. This is why silence can feel threatening. Without constant input, unresolved thoughts return. The person encounters loneliness, uncertainty, regret, and questions that no recommendation system can answer. It is easier to continue scrolling. The machine provides movement without destination. The seventh prediction may describe the moment when civilization mistakes movement for progress. More content is produced. More transactions occur. More data are collected. More decisions are automated. More events are reported. Yet the question of direction remains unanswered. Toward what kind of society is the acceleration moving? What qualities are being strengthened? What is being lost because it cannot be measured? Ancient traditions across cultures repeatedly warned that outward abundance can coexist with inner emptiness. Wealth, power, knowledge, and conquest do not guarantee wisdom. The warning appears in stories of kings who possess everything but cannot escape fear, scholars destroyed by forbidden ambition, and civilizations weakened by excess. Nostradamus's imagery belongs partly to this tradition. Rulers rise and fall. Cities flourish and burn. Treasure changes hands. The external order proves temporary. Modern audiences often interpret these cycles as evidence that collapse is approaching. A deeper interpretation asks why humans repeatedly build identity upon structures known to be temporary. Money is necessary, but it cannot provide permanent security. Technology is powerful, but it cannot determine meaning. Institutions are essential, but they cannot replace conscience. Political victories are consequential, but no ruler can eliminate uncertainty. When temporary systems are asked to provide permanent peace, disappointment is inevitable. The crisis of 2026 may therefore be not only that systems are changing, but that people expected those systems to provide what they were never capable of providing. The economy promised security. Technology promised control. Information promised certainty. Connection promised belonging. Achievement promised worth. Each delivered something real, but none could fulfill the entire promise. As the limits become visible, people experience betrayal. They may respond by demanding stronger versions of the same system. More money, more technology, more information, more visibility, more control. The pursuit intensifies the emptiness because the original need was misidentified. This is the spiritual dimension of convergence. External instability exposes internal dependency. The loss feels like collapse because identity was attached to the unstable structure. A person whose worth depends entirely on profession experiences technological disruption as personal erasure. A person whose security depends entirely on savings experiences financial instability as total danger. A person whose identity depends entirely on political victory experiences opposition as existential threat. A person whose worldview depends entirely on one authority experiences contradiction as attack. Diversification is therefore not only a financial or practical strategy, it is an inner strategy. Human identity requires multiple foundations: relationships, skills, service, creativity, memory, place, belief, health, curiosity, and the capacity to contribute beyond one role. When one foundation changes, the entire self does not collapse. This does not mean it means refusing to place the whole weight of existence on a system that cannot carry it. The ancient idea of wealth can help here. Wealth originally concerned more than stored money. It involved land, kinship, reputation, knowledge, health, animals, tools, obligations, and access to community. Modern finance condenses value into numbers because numbers allow comparison and exchange. But crisis restores the older complexity. A person with money but no health, trust, skill, or support may be less resilient than expected. A person with modest resources but strong relationships, practical ability, and psychological stability may endure conditions others cannot. Again, this should not romanticize poverty. Material security matters enormously. The insight is that material wealth is one layer of resilience, not its total definition. The seventh prediction's inner transformation begins when people redefine what cannot easily be taken from them. Knowledge can be restricted, but understanding carried within the mind remains adaptable. Money can lose value, but the ability to solve problems remains useful. Platforms can disappear, but genuine relationships can continue. A profession can change, but curiosity can guide retraining. A public identity can be attacked, but private integrity can remain. The world may remove certainty, but it cannot automatically remove the capacity to respond. This capacity is not passive optimism. It is trained through difficulty. Psychological resilience grows when people face manageable uncertainty without escaping immediately. It grows through keeping commitments, tolerating disagreement, repairing relationships, learning unfamiliar skills, and acting according to values even when no reward is visible. Modern systems often remove friction because friction reduces convenience. Yet some friction protects freedom. A delay before sharing can prevent misinformation. A requirement to explain reasoning can strengthen learning. A human review can prevent automated injustice. A period without screens can restore attention. A difficult conversation can preserve a relationship that effortless avoidance would destroy. Not every barrier is oppression. Some barriers create space for judgment. The challenge is distinguishing useful friction from unnecessary suffering. Technology should reduce burdens that waste human life, while preserving challenges that develop human capacity. This requires deliberate design because the market naturally rewards ease. The easiest product is often adopted fastest. The easiest narrative spreads furthest. The easiest enemy attracts the most followers. The easiest answer relieves uncertainty. But ease can become fragility. A person who never practices memory depends entirely on retrieval systems. A society that never tolerates disagreement depends entirely on censorship or separation. An economy that removes every reserve depends entirely on uninterrupted efficiency. A community that replaces every relationship with services depends entirely on functioning markets. The seventh prediction reveals the cost of optimization without resilience. At the inner level, this cost appears as the inability to remain stable when the system fails to provide immediate support. The response is not rejection of modern life. It is conscious use. Tools should be chosen according to purpose rather than habit. Information should be consumed according to need rather than anxiety. Technology should support relationships rather than replace them. Financial planning should create flexibility rather than become an obsession with control. Political awareness should lead to participation rather than permanent outrage. Spiritual interest should deepen humility rather than produce claims of secret superiority. Ancient mystery should encourage wonder without abandoning evidence. These balances are difficult because extremes create stronger emotions. Complete belief feels clearer than disciplined uncertainty. Total rejection feels purer than responsible integration. Panic feels more active than patience. Yet, civilization is preserved through balance more often than through extremes. The seventh prediction may have been hidden because its message lacks the spectacle of catastrophe. It asks for self-examination, and self-examination is less exciting than blaming a distant power. It asks people to recognize how their own habits contribute to the systems they fear. The person condemns surveillance but trades privacy for convenience. They condemn manipulation but share unverified claims that confirm their identity. They fear AI replacing thought, but use it to avoid every difficult mental task. They fear economic concentration but reward platforms that dominate through constant use. They fear social division but participate in humiliation because it produces belonging. These contradictions are not proof of hypocrisy unique to one group. They are evidence of human beings living inside systems designed to make participation easy and resistance costly. Awareness begins by seeing the contradiction without turning it into shame. Shame often produces more avoidance. Responsibility requires compassion because change is difficult when identity is under attack. The goal is not moral purity. It is greater alignment between values and behavior. This alignment can begin with small acts that appear insignificant compared with global crisis. A person chooses not to share a dramatic claim until it is verified. They allow uncertainty to remain. They learn how an AI tool works before trusting its recommendation. They maintain one skill without automation. They speak to a neighbor. They examine a financial obligation. They create a period of silence each day. They listen to someone outside their political identity without treating listening as surrender. They support institutions that correct mistakes rather than institutions that pretend never to make them. They teach a child how to question evidence without teaching them to distrust everything. None of these actions stops a war, stabilizes a market, or changes the climate alone. Together, they strengthen the human capacities upon which collective solutions depend. The most powerful systems still require human participation. Algorithms require data and attention. Economies require confidence and labor. Governments require legitimacy. Media require audiences. Communities require relationships. The seventh prediction's hopeful possibility lies here. The feedback loop can reverse. If fear produces reaction, reaction produces fragmentation, and fragmentation produces greater fear, then awareness can produce pause. Pause can produce judgment. Judgment can produce trust, and trust can produce cooperation. Cooperation does not eliminate disagreement. It creates a structure within which disagreement does not become destruction. The same interconnectedness that amplifies crisis can amplify resilience. A verified correction can spread. A responsible design can become a standard. A community response can become a model. A worker who learns new tools can teach others. A local network can reduce pressure on distant institutions. A cultural shift toward authenticity can change what platforms reward. These processes are slower than panic, but they are not powerless. History often remembers sudden revolutions and overlooks gradual changes in expectation that made those revolutions possible. Norms move before laws. Language changes before institutions. People stop accepting one practice and begin demanding another. The threshold is invisible until it is crossed. The seventh prediction may therefore describe two possible convergences. The first is the convergence of crisis. Power, AI, economic pressure, nature, mystery and distrust, reinforcing one another. The second is the convergence of awareness. Individuals recognizing the pattern, institutions coordinating across boundaries, communities rebuilding trust, and technology being redirected toward human capacity. Both are possible because the same networks carry fear and knowledge. The same platforms distribute manipulation and education. The same AI generates deception and detects it. The same economic pressure creates division and demands reform. The same environmental event produces panic and solidarity. The decisive question is which response becomes self-reinforcing. Nostradamus' writing cannot answer this question for us. Ancient texts offer symbols, not policy. They can remind us that empires fall, power changes, and certainty is temporary. They cannot decide how AI should be regulated, how economies should distribute transition costs, or how communities should prepare for environmental risk. That responsibility belongs to the present. Using prophecy to escape that responsibility would betray the most valuable lesson history offers. The future is not hidden because someone has encoded every detail. It is uncertain because it is produced through interaction. Millions of choices meet conditions no one fully controls. Patterns exist, but patterns are not prisons. The same recurring human weaknesses, fear, greed, pride, dependency, and division, appear across centuries. So do courage, cooperation, invention, compassion, and renewal. Selective prophecy focuses only on darkness because darkness attracts attention. History contains both. Cities burned and were rebuilt. Plagues killed and transformed medicine. Wars destroyed and produced new institutions. Financial crises exposed injustice and led to protections. Technologies disrupted lives and expanded possibilities. Progress was never clean or guaranteed. It emerged because people responded. This is why the final meaning of the seventh prediction cannot be destruction. Destruction is the easiest conclusion. It requires no imagination. The harder conclusion is transformation. Transformation contains loss, uncertainty, and conflict, but it also contains choice. The old structures may not survive unchanged. Work may be redefined. Education may be restructured. Truth may require new methods of authentication. Privacy may require stronger cultural and legal protection. Wealth may be measured more broadly. Communities may regain importance after decades of individualization. Human skills once dismissed as soft empathy, judgment, communication, care, ethical reasoning may become more valuable as technical intelligence becomes abundant. The age of the machine may force humanity to clarify what machines cannot replace. This clarification could become one of the most important outcomes of 2026. When artificial systems can generate content, humans must decide what authenticity means. When systems can produce answers, humans must value the ability to frame meaningful questions. When machines can imitate companionship, humans must rediscover the responsibilities of relationship. When technology can optimize behavior, humans must defend the right to remain unpredictable. When markets can price attention, identity, and data, humans must determine what should not be for sale. When fear can be generated at scale, humans must cultivate attention that cannot be purchased so easily. These are not abstract philosophical luxuries. They are forms of resilience. A person with a stable inner framework is harder to manipulate. They can examine a prediction without becoming trapped by it. They can use AI without worshiping or demonizing it. They can prepare financially without surrendering to panic. They can respond to environmental risk without abandoning hope. They can remain curious about unexplained phenomena without replacing evidence with certainty. They can participate in politics without allowing political identity to consume every relationship. This stability does not come from knowing that nothing bad will happen. It comes from knowing how one intends to respond when uncertainty arrives. The difference is profound. False security depends on conditions remaining favorable. Inner stability depends on values remaining available under changing conditions. One breaks when the world changes. The other guides adaptation. Ancient traditions called this wisdom, faith, discipline, or alignment. Modern psychology may call it resilience, emotional regulation, or meaning-making. The language differs, but the function is similar. The person becomes less controlled by immediate fear. This is the final line of defense described throughout the series. Governments can fail. Markets can fluctuate. Technology can mislead. Information can fragment. Nature can surprise. The sky can remain mysterious. Yet the individual and community still possess the ability to pause, verify, choose, cooperate, and rebuild. These capacities do not make people invulnerable. They make them less likely to turn vulnerability into surrender. Perhaps this is what Nostradamus's darkest images have concealed all along. Prophetic writing often shows humanity at the edge of disaster, but the reader exists outside the verse. The warning reaches someone who still has time. If the outcome were entirely fixed, the warning would serve no purpose. A prophecy communicated before fulfillment creates the possibility of response. This logical tension is rarely discussed. Why warn people about an unavoidable future? The existence of a warning suggests that awareness matters. Even when the event cannot be prevented, preparation can change its consequences. Even when systems must transform, people can influence whether transformation becomes cruelty or renewal. The seventh prediction no one noticed may therefore be the prediction of awareness itself, a moment when the interconnected nature of crisis becomes visible, and humanity is forced to decide whether it will react through fear or respond through consciousness. This decision will not occur once. There will be no single global ceremony in which civilization chooses its path. The decision will be repeated in homes, schools, companies, laboratories, governments, and private moments with screens. A developer decides whether to reveal uncertainty. A teacher decides whether students must explain their reasoning. A manager decides whether efficiency justifies eliminating human appeal. A journalist decides whether speed matters more than verification. A citizen decides whether outrage is worth sharing. A family decides whether technology will occupy every silence. A community decides whether scarcity will produce hoarding or cooperation. A leader decides whether fear will be used to gain power. Each choice feeds the larger pattern. This can feel insufficient beside the scale of the convergence, but systems are built through accumulated rules and behaviors. The invisible becomes visible only after repetition. The same is true of collapse. No civilization loses trust in one moment. No population becomes dependent in one day. No shared reality disappears through one lie. The threshold is crossed through countless small decisions. Renewal begins the same way. This is why the final chapter must move from interpretation to action. We have followed the 6 signs from global power into artificial intelligence, from AI into economic insecurity, from economic insecurity into environmental pressure, from nature into mysteries of the sky, and from all of them into the human mind. The circle is complete, but recognizing the circle is not enough. Awareness without practice can become another form of entertainment. The viewer may agree that the signs are connected, feel temporarily awakened, and then return to the same habits that feed the pattern. The 7th prediction requires a response that can survive beyond the video. It must be translated into specific actions: how to protect attention, how to verify information, how to use AI without surrendering judgment, how to examine financial vulnerability, how to strengthen practical skills, how to prepare for disruption without obsession, and how to rebuild relationships strong enough to carry uncertainty. None of these actions will promise complete safety. Any system offering complete safety should be examined carefully, because total security often requires total control. The goal is not control over the future. It is readiness to meet the future without losing the qualities that make life worth protecting. Nostradamus cannot provide that readiness. His verses can only point toward the recurring conditions under which it becomes necessary. The final responsibility belongs to us. The 7th prediction was never hidden because the words were too difficult to decode. It was hidden because humanity has always found it easier to search for danger outside itself than to examine the ways fear reshapes behavior. The forgotten warning is that every external crisis eventually becomes a crisis of consciousness. Power changes what people believe is possible. Technology changes what they believe is necessary. Economic pressure changes what they believe they can afford to value. Nature changes what they believe is permanent. Mystery changes what they believe is knowable. Information disorder changes whom they believe. When these forces converge, the final question is not what will happen next. It is who will decide what happens next. Frightened populations reacting to systems they no longer understand, or aware human beings capable of using those systems without surrendering judgment. That choice remains open. And because it remains open, the 7th prediction is not a sentence. It is an invitation. The final chapter will reveal how to answer it. A warning has value only when it changes the way we live after hearing it. Without action, prophecy becomes entertainment, fear becomes habit, and awareness becomes another emotion consumed before the next headline arrives. We have followed the 6 signs attributed to Nostradamus through the shifting balance of global power, the rise of intelligence without a soul, the erosion of economic trust, the growing pressure of nature, the mystery of unexplained phenomena in the sky, and the collapse of a shared reality. We have seen how these forces do not remain inside separate categories. Political rivalry accelerates technology. Technology reshapes work and information. Economic pressure increases social anger. Environmental disruption exposes fragile systems. Uncertainty about the sky deepens suspicion. Synthetic media makes evidence harder to recognize. Distrust then prevents societies from coordinating precisely when cooperation becomes most necessary. The 7th prediction was never another isolated disaster. It was the feedback loop created when all 6 signs began to reinforce one another. Yet feedback loops are not destiny. They are patterns, and patterns can be interrupted when their mechanisms become visible. The final chapter, therefore, cannot offer a date, a secret code, or a promise that one action will protect every person from every possible future. No responsible analysis can provide such certainty. What it can offer is a blueprint, a way to preserve judgment, capability, resilience, and humanity, during an era when several major systems are changing at once. This blueprint begins with an uncomfortable truth. No individual can control the entire convergence. A single person cannot determine the direction of geopolitical conflict, regulate global artificial intelligence, stabilize international markets, change planetary systems, force governments to reveal every classified document, or repair the information environment alone. Pretending otherwise transforms responsibility into guilt. But the opposite conclusion, that an individual can do nothing, is equally false. Large systems depend upon participation. Economies depend on trust and behavior. Platforms depend on attention. Technologies depend on adoption. Governments depend on legitimacy. Communities depend on relationships. Cultures depend on repeated norms. No person controls the whole, yet every person acts inside it. The purpose of preparation is not to become completely independent of society. Complete independence is largely an illusion. It is to reduce the number of ways fear, dependency, and confusion can make choices on our behalf. The first layer of the blueprint is therefore the protection of the mind. This is not a retreat from the world. It is the creation of a stable internal space from which the world can be examined without immediate reaction. Every major force in the convergence competes for attention. Governments want public support. Companies want purchases. Platforms want engagement. Political movements want loyalty. Media organizations want viewers. Influencers want authority. Scammers want urgency. Artificial systems are increasingly capable of tailoring messages to the fears, desires, and identities of specific individuals. Attention has become strategic territory. Whoever occupies it long enough can influence what feels important, what appears threatening, and which actions seem reasonable. Protecting attention, therefore, becomes a form of civic and personal defense. The first practical rule is simple. Do not allow the rhythm of headlines to become the rhythm of your nervous system. Information should be consumed according to purpose, not compulsion. Before opening a news feed, ask what you need to know and what decision the information could affect. If the answer is nothing, endless updates are unlikely to increase readiness. They may only increase emotional exposure. This does not mean becoming uninformed. It means distinguishing awareness from surveillance of every crisis. A person can understand major developments without refreshing them every hour. Establishing defined periods for news creates distance between event and reaction. It restores the possibility of context. The second rule is to separate fact, interpretation, and prediction. A fact is something supported by available evidence. An event occurred. A policy was announced. A measurement was recorded. A report was published. Interpretation explains what the event may mean. Prediction extends that interpretation into the future. Online content frequently blends all three into one dramatic statement. A real event is presented. One explanation is treated as certain, and a catastrophic outcome is described as inevitable. The emotional force of the event transfers authority to the prediction. To resist this process, mentally label each layer. What do we know? What are people claiming it means? What are they predicting will follow? What evidence would make that prediction more or less likely? This simple structure prevents a fragment from becoming destiny. It is especially important when ancient prophecy is involved. A quatrain is a text. A modern translation is an interpretation. Connecting it to 2026 is another interpretation. Claiming that a specific future event must occur is a prediction. These levels should never be collapsed. The third rule is to practice the pause. Before sharing a dramatic claim, wait. Search for the original source. Compare at least 2 credible and independent reports. Examine the date, location, and context of images. Ask whether the source benefits from urgency. Look for language such as, "They do not want you to know. Act before it is too late. This proves everything." Or, "All experts are lying." Such language does not automatically make a claim false, but it often signals an attempt to bypass evaluation by activating identity and fear. Artificial intelligence will make the pause increasingly important because synthetic content can be created faster than it can be authenticated. A delay of even a few minutes may prevent participation in a false narrative. The fourth rule is to become comfortable saying, I do not know yet. This is one of the most difficult forms of intellectual discipline. Social media rewards immediate certainty, political communities reward loyalty, prophetic narratives reward recognition. But uncertainty is not weakness when evidence remains incomplete. It is accuracy. A UAP case may remain unresolved. A market movement may have multiple causes. A new AI capability may carry both opportunity and risk. An environmental forecast may change as new data arrive. A geopolitical negotiation may produce several possible outcomes. Declaring certainty too early may feel strong, but it makes correction psychologically painful. People then defend an old conclusion to preserve identity. The willingness to remain uncertain keeps judgment flexible. The fifth rule is to maintain contact with the physical world. Digital systems create the impression that every important event is happening elsewhere and must be observed continuously. Yet resilience depends upon the body, the home, relationships, and the local environment. Sleep, movement, food, sunlight, and direct human conversation influence the quality of judgment more than another hour of alarming content. A nervous system under chronic stress interprets ambiguity as danger. A rested mind is better able to distinguish risk from spectacle. This may sound too ordinary for a video about Nostradamus and global convergence, but ordinary disciplines often determine whether warnings produce wisdom or panic. The mind is protected not only through knowledge, but through conditions that make clear thinking possible. The second layer of the blueprint is the protection of human judgment in the age of artificial intelligence. The objective is not to reject AI, and it is not to accept every system simply because it is efficient. The objective is integration without surrender. Artificial intelligence should expand human capability while leaving human responsibility visible. At the personal level, begin by identifying which tasks you delegate and which capacities those tasks develop. Using AI to format information, generate alternatives, translate language, or automate repetitive work may save valuable time. Using it to avoid every act of reading, writing, remembering, and reasoning may gradually weaken the skills required to evaluate its output. A useful question is, after using this tool, am I more capable of acting independently or less capable? If the tool helps you understand a subject, test an idea, or practice a skill, it is extending intelligence. If it becomes impossible to begin any task without it, dependence may be growing. Preserve at least one manual pathway for important capabilities. Continue writing some ideas without assistance. Practice mental calculation or estimation before checking a tool. Navigate familiar areas without always following instructions. Read original sources instead of only summaries. Maintain the ability to perform the basic structure of your work when automation is unavailable. Redundancy in skill is the mental equivalent of a backup system. The next step is to demand explanations from automated decisions. When an AI recommendation affects employment, credit, healthcare, education, security, or another consequential area, the individual should not be treated as a passive object of prediction. Institutions must preserve meaningful human review and the right to challenge an outcome. At a personal level, do not accept an automated score merely because it appears mathematical. Ask what data were used, what the system is designed to optimize, what errors are possible, and who remains accountable. Mathematical complexity does not remove human values. Every system contains choices about which outcomes matter and which trade-offs are acceptable. The phrase "the algorithm decided" should never become an excuse for the disappearance of responsibility. Another protection is to recognize simulation without confusing it with relationship. Conversational systems may become supportive, useful, and emotionally persuasive. They can help users organize thoughts, access information, and feel less isolated. But they do not share human vulnerability, obligation, or lived consequence. A system can simulate empathy without needing to practice sacrifice. Human relationships require negotiation, patience, repair, and the acceptance that another person cannot be perfectly customized. These difficulties are part of their value. AI companionship should support connection where possible, not quietly replace every human bond because people are less convenient than machines. Maintain relationships that cannot be turned off. restarted, or optimized. Learn to tolerate misunderstanding. Offer attention that is not recorded for prediction. The age of synthetic interaction may make unmonetized human presence one of the rarest and most valuable forms of wealth. The third layer of the blueprint is economic resilience. This section must be approached carefully. No prophecy can provide reliable personalized financial advice, and no single asset, currency, or strategy guarantees protection against every crisis. Anyone promising complete safety through one investment should be treated with caution. Economic resilience begins not with speculation, but with visibility. Many people experience financial anxiety as a general cloud because their obligations, risks, and dependencies have never been mapped clearly. Fear grows in uncertainty. Create an honest inventory. List income sources, essential expenses, high-interest debt, available savings, insurance coverage, professional skills, and financial obligations that could change under stress. Identify which risks are immediate and which are hypothetical. A person may fear global economic collapse while ignoring a credit obligation producing guaranteed damage each month. Another may focus entirely on debt, while failing to notice that their only income depends on a narrow task vulnerable to automation. Preparation begins with the risk that can actually be named. The next principle is flexibility rather than prediction. No one knows exactly which profession, region, or asset will perform best across every possible future. A flexible household is not one that predicts correctly every time. It is one that avoids being destroyed by one incorrect assumption. This can mean reducing destructive debt where possible, maintaining reasonable emergency reserves, protecting important documents, understanding insurance limits, and avoiding complete dependence on one income source, one institution, or one highly speculative promise. Diversification should also include skills. A job title may change, but underlying capabilities can transfer: communication, problem-solving, care, negotiation, technical understanding, physical repair, teaching, ethical judgment, and the ability to learn remain valuable across many conditions. Identify the human element in your work that cannot be reduced easily to automated output. Strengthen it. Then learn enough about AI to use it as leverage, rather than allowing others to use it only against you. Economic preparation should not become endless hoarding. Hoarding driven by fear can damage the present in pursuit of an impossible guarantee about the future. A useful reserve is one connected to realistic needs and local conditions. A family living in an area vulnerable to storms may prioritize emergency communication, medication, water, and insurance understanding. A professional in a rapidly automating sector may prioritize education, networking, and transferable skills. A household with high-interest obligations may prioritize reducing the cost of debt. Preparation should fit vulnerability. Copying dramatic behavior from strangers online may create new risks rather than reduce existing ones. The fourth layer is environmental and practical resilience. The goal is not to prepare for every imaginable catastrophe. It is to understand the systems upon which everyday life depends and reduce obvious points of failure. Begin locally. What environmental hazards are realistic where you live? Flooding, heat, fire, storms, drought, earthquakes, air pollution, or extended power outages may require different plans. Learn the official warning channels and identify at least one independent backup source. Know how family members will communicate if normal networks fail. Keep important documents accessible in both protected physical and secured digital forms. Understand essential medication needs. Know evacuation routes, but also know when sheltering in place is more appropriate. Maintain reasonable reserves without turning the home into a monument to fear. Preparation should increase confidence, not make every room a reminder of catastrophe. Examine the dependencies hidden beneath convenience. How is food delivered to your area? How long can essential devices operate without power? Is payment possible if digital services are interrupted? Who nearby possesses practical skills? Which family member might need additional help? What happens if transportation is unavailable? These questions transform abstract global anxiety into solvable local preparation. The answer may be as simple as keeping physical copies of key contacts, a modest amount of emergency cash where lawful and appropriate, working lights, charged backup power, basic first aid knowledge, and a plan agreed upon before crisis. None of these actions requires belief in Nostradamus. They remain useful under ordinary disruption. The most important environmental resource, however, may be trust within a community. Crisis reveals that infrastructure includes people. A neighbor can provide information before a distant institution responds. Local workers understand the physical systems surrounding a community. Friends and relatives can provide shelter, transport, childcare, food, or emotional stability. Yet many modern lives are organized to minimize dependence on others. Services replace favors. Platforms replace local knowledge. Privacy becomes isolation. When centralized systems are interrupted, people discover that proximity does not equal relationship. Rebuilding local trust can begin without waiting for crisis. Know the names of people nearby. Participate in community groups where possible. Learn which local organizations provide emergency support. Share useful knowledge rather than only alarming predictions. Resilience grows when individuals see one another as resources and responsibilities rather than competitors for the last remaining supply. The fifth layer is informational resilience. The collapse of shared reality cannot be solved by finding one authority and trusting it blindly. Nor can it be solved by distrusting every authority. Healthy truth requires a network of accountable sources capable of checking one another. Build an information diet rather than consuming whatever the algorithm presents. Include primary documents when available, reputable journalism, expert analysis, and perspectives that do not all share the same political identity. Diversity should not mean treating every claim as equally credible. It means comparing independently produced evidence and understanding the difference between disagreement over facts and disagreement over values. Avoid relying entirely on personalities whose authority depends on keeping the audience in a permanent state of alarm. A trustworthy source may sometimes say that nothing dramatic has happened. It may correct previous claims. It may separate evidence from speculation. It does not need every event to confirm one grand theory. Create a simple verification framework for dramatic claims. First, identify the original material rather than a screenshot of someone describing it. Second, check the date and whether the material has been reused from an earlier event. Third, search for independent confirmation. Fourth, examine whether experts with relevant qualifications agree about the basic evidence, even if they disagree about interpretation. Fifth, ask what information is missing. Sixth, consider who benefits from the claim spreading immediately. Seventh, delay emotional commitment until verification improves. This process will not provide certainty in every case. It will reduce the probability that fear makes the decision before evidence arrives. The sixth layer is social and political resilience. The convergence will place pressure on disagreement. Economic pain, technological change, environmental risk, and information disorder create conditions in which every issue becomes connected to identity. People may begin viewing neighbors, colleagues, or family members as representatives of hostile forces rather than individuals. This is profitable for movements that gain power through division. It is disastrous for communities that need cooperation. Protecting social resilience does not require abandoning convictions. It requires refusing to dehumanize people who disagree. A society cannot maintain shared reality if every disagreement is treated as proof that the other side is evil, stupid, or controlled. Dialogue does not mean accepting false claims. It means preserving enough relationship that evidence can still be discussed. Practice distinguishing the person from the statement. Ask how they reach their conclusion. Identify any facts that are shared before addressing interpretations. Admit when your own side exaggerates. Refuse content that humiliates ordinary people for entertainment, even when it targets an opposing group. Humiliation creates engagement, but destroys the cultural conditions needed for correction. People rarely change their minds when changing would require accepting that they are contemptible. Respect creates room for movement. Accountability remains necessary, especially for deliberate deception or abuse of power, but accountability should not become a permanent appetite for enemies. Political resilience also requires realistic participation. Following every conflict online can create the illusion of involvement without producing influence. Identify the institutions closest to your life: local government, schools, professional associations, neighborhood groups, public services, and community organizations. These are often the places where individual participation has the greatest visible effect. Global awareness matters, but a person who knows everything about distant leaders and nothing about local decisions may possess information without agency. The seventh prediction is interrupted when people convert concern into responsible participation rather than endless observation. The seventh layer is the redefinition of wealth. In an unstable age, money remains essential, but money alone is not sufficient. A resilient definition of wealth includes health, skill, time, attention, trust, relationships, adaptability, and the ability to contribute. These forms of value cannot always be measured precisely, which is why economic systems may underestimate them. A parent caring for a child, a neighbor helping during disaster, a teacher building confidence, a nurse recognizing an unusual symptom, or a friend remaining present during grief creates value that may never appear in financial statistics. Artificial intelligence may make measurable production increasingly abundant. Human presence, responsibility, and authenticity may become more valuable precisely because they cannot be generated in the same way. Protect these assets deliberately. Physical health increases the range of choices available under stress. Sleep improves judgment. Practical skill reduces dependency. Relationships increase recovery capacity. Attention makes learning possible. Integrity creates trust over time. Meaning allows sacrifice without despair. None provides absolute protection, but together they create a form of security more difficult for one crisis to erase. The eighth layer is spiritual or philosophical resilience. Every person needs a framework for deciding what remains valuable when conditions change. Without such a framework, every external shift becomes a crisis of identity. This framework may come from faith, philosophy, family duty, service, artistic creation, commitment to truth, or responsibility toward future generations. Its purpose is not to explain every disaster. It is to orient action when explanation remains incomplete. Ask which values you would want to preserve if technology, work, money, and public identity changed dramatically. What kind of person do you intend to remain under pressure? What responsibilities should not be abandoned because they become inconvenient? Which relationships deserve protection from the logic of efficiency? What would success mean if public approval disappeared? These questions create an internal constitution. They do not remove fear. They prevent fear from becoming the only authority. Ancient prophetic traditions often directed attention toward repentance, awakening, or alignment after describing crisis. Modern viewers may interpret those ideas differently, but the pattern remains useful. A warning should lead to examination, not self-condemnation, but honest evaluation. Where has convenience replaced judgment? Where has anxiety replaced preparation? Where has identity replaced inquiry? Where has ambition damaged connection? Where has the search for control created greater dependency? Awareness begins with these questions, because systems are reproduced through habits. Changing the habit does not solve the entire system, but it stops the individual from feeding it unconsciously. The ninth layer is controlled friction. Modern civilization treats friction as a problem. Faster is better. Fewer steps are better. Automatic is better. In many situations this is true. Reducing unnecessary bureaucracy, dangerous labor, and repetitive tasks can improve life. But some forms of friction protect judgment. A waiting period before an irreversible decision. A second person reviewing a consequential automated output. A requirement that students explain their reasoning. A confirmation step before sharing content. A human conversation before denying someone access to an essential service. Time without notifications. Physical books and handwritten notes that slow thought enough for memory to form. The age of convergence requires deliberately reintroducing friction where speed creates unacceptable risk. Ask which decisions should remain slow. Military escalation, medical diagnosis, legal punishment, financial exclusion, educational evaluation. And the distribution of critical information should not be governed only by the fastest available system. Speed can save lives, but unexamined speed can also spread irreversible mistakes. The final decision should remain attached to a responsible person or institution capable of explanation. At the personal level, create friction around habits that weaken attention. Remove unnecessary notifications. Avoid placing the phone within immediate reach during sleep. Require a pause before opening platforms in response to discomfort. Use tools that limit rather than maximize engagement. These small barriers return choice to the moment before automatic behavior. The 10th layer is preparation for error. Every system fails eventually. Governments misjudge. Experts revise conclusions. AI produces false outputs. Markets move unexpectedly. Models underestimate events. Individuals make mistakes. Resilience depends less on preventing all error than on identifying, correcting, and recovering from it. Institutions that hide mistakes to preserve authority often create larger failures. Individuals who treat being wrong as humiliation become trapped inside false conclusions. Build a culture of correction. Reward sources that issue visible corrections. Change plans when evidence changes. Preserve records of important decisions. Avoid systems in which no one can explain how an outcome occurred. Maintain backups. Practice recovery. The willingness to correct is one of the strongest defenses against both prophecy and algorithmic authority. Nostradamus has been repeatedly misquoted because audiences often prefer an impressive false prediction to a careful correction. Refusing that preference is part of the blueprint. The 11th layer is scenario thinking without obsession. A scenario is not a prediction. It is a structured question. If a particular condition occurred, what would become difficult, and what preparation would remain useful? Consider 3 levels rather than one apocalyptic future. A limited disruption might involve a temporary outage, short-term price increase, or local weather event. A moderate disruption might involve extended service interruption, employment transition, or regional displacement. A severe disruption might involve several systems under pressure simultaneously. For each, identify practical responses. This makes preparation proportional. It also reveals actions useful across multiple scenarios. Emergency contacts, transferable skills, lower destructive debt, trusted information sources, health, community, secure documents, and basic supplies. The objective is not to visualize catastrophe repeatedly. It is to prevent the mind from treating uncertainty as an empty darkness. Once a reasonable plan exists, return to life. Preparation should create freedom to stop thinking constantly about the threat. The 12th layer is protection against prophetic manipulation. As 2026 unfolds, more videos, articles, and posts will attach Nostradamus to wars, eclipses, AI, financial markets, disasters, and unexplained phenomena. Some will be thoughtful. Others will fabricate verses, distort translations, or claim that ordinary events prove a predetermined catastrophe. Use a simple test. Is the original text provided? Is the translation traceable? Was the interpretation published before the event or attached afterward? Does the creator acknowledge alternative explanations? Is the viewer being encouraged to think or commanded to panic? Is a product, investment, membership, or ideology presented as the only escape? Does every new event confirm the theory while no event could disprove it? A closed interpretation is not investigation. It is a system of belief designed to preserve itself. Ancient mystery should remain different. The purpose of this series is not to claim exclusive access to the future. It is to use historical symbols as a lens through which recurring human patterns can be examined. Nostradamus may not have predicted AI, modern markets, climate systems, or UAP reports with literal precision. His writings remain compelling because they reflect permanent features of unstable periods: competition for power, fear of knowledge without wisdom, scarcity, natural disruption, celestial uncertainty, and the loss of trust. The 7th prediction is our interpretation of the relationship among those themes, not a newly discovered authentic quatrain containing a hidden date. Honesty does not weaken the mystery. It gives the mystery meaning. The 13th layer is the rebuilding of shared reality. This may be the most difficult task because shared reality does not mean shared opinion. A healthy society can disagree strongly about policy, morality, religion, and the future while maintaining common standards for evidence. Rebuilding this foundation requires institutions that show their work, journalists who distinguish reporting from commentary, scientists who explain uncertainty, governments that communicate before rumors dominate, technology companies that reveal when media are synthetic, and citizens willing to correct claims that benefit their own side. Trust cannot be demanded. It must be earned repeatedly. Transparency alone is not sufficient, because raw information without context can create more confusion. But secrecy without accountability invites suspicion. The balance requires explanation, independent oversight, and the admission of limits. At the community level, shared reality is strengthened through direct experience. Working together on a local problem allows people with different identities to observe one another outside political narratives. A neighborhood preparing for extreme weather, a school addressing technology use, or a professional group creating ethical AI standards can rebuild trust through action. Cooperation produces evidence that disagreement does not eliminate common purpose. This evidence is psychologically important. Online environments often present society as a permanent conflict between hostile categories. Direct cooperation reveals individuals, complexity, and shared vulnerability. The 14th layer is care for those who cannot prepare equally. A blueprint focused only on self-protection would repeat the logic that creates convergence. Every person competing for safety while collective systems weaken. Many people lack savings, stable housing, good health, secure work, access to technology, or supportive relationships. They cannot simply purchase resilience. A society's strength is measured partly by how it protects people whose vulnerability is greatest. Community preparation should include the elderly, disabled people, children, isolated individuals, and those facing financial hardship. Technological transitions should include accessible training and protection from opaque automated decisions. Environmental planning should consider people unable to evacuate easily. Information should be available in understandable forms and multiple languages where necessary. Care is not only moral, it is systemic resilience. Neglected vulnerability becomes wider instability. Ancient rulers learned that allowing entire populations to fall into permanent debt or hunger endangered the state itself. Modern societies remain subject to the same principle. Exclusion is not contained. It spreads through health, politics, crime, resentment, and loss of trust. The 15th layer is hope disciplined by reality. Hope is often confused with optimism. Optimism expects conditions to improve. Hope chooses meaningful action without requiring certainty about the outcome. Optimism can collapse when predictions fail. Hope can survive disappointment because it is rooted in values rather than forecasts. The final message of the 7th prediction depends upon this distinction. No honest observer can promise that every major crisis will be avoided. Conflict may intensify. AI may disrupt work faster than institutions adapt. Economic pressure may continue. Natural disasters will occur. UAP cases may remain unresolved. Information environments may become more difficult. But difficulty does not remove choice. Even under adverse conditions, societies decide whether to protect dignity, whether to share information honestly, whether to cooperate, and whether technology serves human flourishing. Individuals decide whether fear will dominate attention, whether uncertainty will become hatred, and whether convenience will replace responsibility. Hope is the refusal to surrender these decisions in advance. This blueprint can be condensed into 3 circles. The first circle is the mind. Protect attention, verify information, preserve uncertainty, and maintain the physical conditions required for judgment. The second circle is capability. Use AI without losing independent skill, strengthen transferable knowledge, understand financial vulnerability, and prepare for realistic local disruption. The third circle is connection. Build relationships, participate in institutions, protect vulnerable people, and preserve shared standards of truth. When these circles overlap, resilience grows. A clear mind without practical capability remains fragile. Capability without community becomes isolation. Community without truth becomes manipulation. All three are necessary because the crisis itself is interconnected. The response must become interconnected as well. There is one action every viewer can take within the next 24 hours. Choose one hidden dependency and make it visible. It may be dependence on one source of income, one digital platform, one information personality, one automated tool, one payment method, one communication network, or one belief that has never been tested. Do not attempt to eliminate the dependency immediately. Understand it. What benefit does it provide? What happens if it becomes unavailable? What alternative exists? What skill or relationship could reduce the risk? This exercise transforms the seventh prediction from a global mystery into a personal map. The most dangerous dependencies are often not those that exist, but those that remain invisible until crisis. A second action is to verify one claim you recently accepted because it matched your expectations. Search for the original source. Examine alternative interpretations. Notice the emotional resistance that appears if the claim becomes less certain. That resistance reveals the relationship between information and identity. The goal is not to become skeptical of everything. It is to strengthen the ability to change one's mind without experiencing collapse. A third action is to speak with one real person about one practical concern without turning the conversation into a political performance. Ask how technology is affecting their work, what local risk worries them, or which skill they believe will matter most in the coming years. Listen for experience rather than evidence of group membership. Shared reality is rebuilt through such conversations. The world may remain divided at the scale of headlines, while trust begins again at the scale of two people. A fourth action is to preserve one human capacity deliberately. Write a page without automation. Learn a physical repair. Memorize an important number. Cook a basic meal. Practice first aid. Read a difficult source fully. Sit in silence. Make a decision after reflection rather than recommendation. The specific act matters less than the principle. Human capability should not be allowed to disappear merely because delegation is available. A fifth action is to identify one contribution. Fear asks, who will protect me? Responsibility also asks, what can I help protect? Your contribution may be technical skill, caregiving, communication, organization, teaching, financial knowledge, physical strength, calm judgment, or the ability to connect people. Communities become resilient when individuals know not only what they need, but what they can offer. Contribution transforms preparation from isolation into belonging. This is the final reversal of the seventh prediction. The convergence of crisis makes each person feel small. Contribution restores scale. A person may not control the world, but they can become essential within a network of trust. Perhaps this is why ancient texts continue to return during uncertain periods. They remind modern societies that technological sophistication does not eliminate the fundamental human questions. What do we fear? What do we worship? Whom do we trust? What are we willing to sacrifice? What should power serve? What remains valuable when familiar systems fail? Nostradamus's verses do not answer these questions clearly. Their ambiguity forces every generation to answer them again. The mistake is to believe that decoding a symbol removes the need for decision. It does not. Even if one could prove that a quatrain referred directly to 2026, humanity would still need to decide how to respond. Knowledge of the warning would not create wisdom automatically. Wisdom would remain a practice. The seventh prediction no one noticed was never hidden because a secret society removed it, because translators failed to see one number, or because one final manuscript was locked away. It was hidden by the structure of human attention. We search for dramatic events and overlook relationships. We search for external enemies and overlook feedback loops. We search for certainty and overlook responsibility. We search for the future in ancient lines while constructing that future through present habits. The missing prediction is the realization that the observer is part of the pattern. Every click, purchase, vote, design decision, conversation, and act of trust contributes a signal. The system responds. We respond to the system. The circle continues until awareness introduces a pause. That pause is not passive. It is the moment in which reaction becomes choice. The future may contain technologies Nostradamus could never have imagined, political structures unfamiliar to the 16th century, and environmental challenges no ancient text can describe precisely. Yet the central struggle remains recognizable. Power seeks expansion, fear seeks certainty, markets seek growth, machines seek nothing, but execute objectives created by humans. Nature follows physical laws, information follows incentives. Human beings stand among these forces with limited knowledge and real responsibility. They cannot command the entire system, but they can determine whether their participation strengthens wisdom or accelerates confusion. This is the message hidden beneath the darkness of the series. The convergence is not evidence that humanity has lost control completely. It is evidence that control was never as complete as people imagined. Accepting this can produce fear, but it can also produce humility. Humility does not mean weakness. It means designing systems that expect error, preserving alternatives, listening before certainty, and recognizing that no nation, company, algorithm, expert, or prophet possesses the whole picture. Humility creates cooperation because it accepts the need for other perspectives. It creates resilience because it prepares for surprise. It creates ethical technology because it refuses to equate capability with wisdom. It creates credible institutions because it allows correction. It creates inner stability because identity no longer depends on being right about every future event. Nostradamus's most enduring power may come from the fact that his work never allows complete certainty. Every verse remains contested. Every generation rearranges the symbols. This frustrates the desire for prediction, but it may also preserve the central lesson. History remains open. The same images can lead to several outcomes. Fire can destroy or illuminate. Water can overwhelm or sustain. A machine can control or assist. Economic pressure can divide or inspire reform. Mystery can produce superstition or scientific inquiry. A darkened sun can create panic or shared wonder. Convergence can produce collapse, but it can also create a moment of collective recognition in which old assumptions are questioned and new structures become possible. The future will not be saved by pretending that danger is imaginary, nor will it be saved by treating destruction as inevitable. It will be shaped by those capable of looking directly at risk without surrendering their humanity to it. This is what preparation truly means. Not escaping the world, but becoming more present within it. Not knowing every answer, but asking better questions. Not eliminating uncertainty, but refusing to allow uncertainty to be weaponized against judgment. Not rejecting technology, but keeping responsibility human. Not worshiping wealth, but building multiple forms of resilience. Not expecting institutions to be perfect, but demanding that they remain accountable and correctable. Not waiting for community to appear after crisis, but creating it before crisis. The seventh prediction ends here, not with a date carved into stone, but with a choice repeated daily. The choice to react or reflect, to isolate or cooperate, to consume fear or create understanding, to surrender judgment or strengthen it, to let intelligence without a soul define the future, or to place intelligence under the guidance of conscience. History will not record every small decision that shapes the coming age. It will remember the visible events, elections, conflicts, inventions, disasters, market movements, and discoveries in the sky. Beneath those events, however, millions of quiet choices will determine whether systems become more humane or more controlling, whether communities fragment or rebuild, and whether the speed of change exceeds the capacity for wisdom. Those choices are the unwritten lines of the prophecy. They belong to us. The first 6 predictions may already appear to be happening. The 7th is happening through the way we respond to them. It is not waiting somewhere in the future. It is unfolding in the present moment, inside every mind deciding what to believe, every institution deciding what to automate, every community deciding whom to protect, and every person deciding whether fear will become their final authority. Nostradamus may have given the world images of darkness, conflict, strange intelligence, unstable power, damaged harvests, and signs in the heavens. But no authentic interpretation requires us to conclude that darkness wins. A warning reaches the present because the ending remains unfinished. And now, after nearly 5 centuries of searching the verses for the future, Perhaps the most important discovery is that the final prediction was never written in the book. It is being written by us. The future is not fixed by an ancient manuscript, an algorithm, a market, or the decisions of distant powers. It is shaped by the choices we make while facing them. If you want to continue exploring the hidden patterns of history, decoding the mysteries surrounding 2026, and learning how to remain clear-minded in an age of accelerating change, subscribe to Ancient Mystery and join us for the next investigation. In the comments, tell us which of the 6 original signs you believe is accelerating the 7th prediction the fastest: shifting global power, artificial intelligence, economic instability, environmental disruption, unexplained phenomena in the sky, or the collapse of shared reality. And remember, a warning is not a sentence. It is an opportunity to see the pattern before the pattern decides for us.